get with someone on our team here to start the Facebook. But yeah, we're looking good. Yes, that is actually they're just starting to filter into the chamber. So yeah, so we're actually going to start at 6 o'clock, not 6:30. All right, thank you. Take care now. Bye.
Hey, welcome everybody to our September council meeting. It's really exciting to be back here at Town Hall with a great crowd. We always get really excited to have people inside the People's House. And a lot of folks watching from home, but we really appreciate it. We have one very special proclamation today that the council is going to help me read it. And I'm going to call up, that's Sylvia, who's here, the executive director for Mystic Force Foundation, and the entire Matthews family. If you can come join us. We have a great guest with us. Again, the J.J. Matthews is here with us. So this month is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and we have a special proclamation that we're going to be presenting to JJ and to Sylvia. If one of you guys, I don't know if the vice mayor or the councilman, if you could. So September has been designated National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month to honor those children whose lives have been lost and those irrevocably impacted by this terrible illness, and to strengthen the nation's resolve to research for a cure. And whereas cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and 15 years of age, and whereas 1 in every 285 children will be diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20, and whereas childhood cancer crosses all racial, ethnic, geographic, and socio-economic backgrounds, and every year tens of thousands of children face the battle of cancer with incredible bravery and inspiring hope. And whereas while progress against some childhood cancers have been made, cure rates for many forms of childhood cancer remain less than 50%, with the incidence of childhood cancers increasing at a more rapid rate than any other age group. And whereas this disease not only affects the children diagnosed with cancer, but also their entire support network of devoted parents, grandparents, loved ones, and friends. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes recognizes the devastating impact that this disease has on our members of our community and the importance of increased research on childhood cancer. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim September 14th, 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month here in the town of Miami Lakes. So when we talk about bravery and inspiring hope, I mean, two folks come to mind that have been impacted in different ways. Not only the Matthews family, but Sylvia, who's here with us today. But I definitely wanted to pass over the mic to somebody who's incredibly powerful. Both of them, to Sylvia and JJ. I don't know which one wants to break the ice and say a few words. JJ, you want to say a few words? I'll give you the mic right here.
What should I say?
Whatever you want. Whatever comes from your heart. Because you really inspire us every day here in the town of Miami Lakes with how brave you are and how strong you are and all the great things that you do. But if you don't want to say anything, it's cool too.
Well, I make it without any doctors or family, and that there should be a cure for childhood cancer now.
JJ's absolutely right.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I appreciate your support every single year for our children. As the proclamation says, childhood cancer is the #1 disease killer of children in our country. The incidence of childhood cancer continues to rise, yet government funding for childhood cancer has not changed. Some of our childhood cancers remain terminal upon diagnosis. DIPG, for instance, which is the same brain tumor that Neil Armstrong's daughter died from in 1962, is still terminal upon diagnosis today. We sent him to the moon, but we still have not been able to find a cure for his daughter's disease. The average life expectancy for those children is 9 months. So we have to do better for our children. And the only way that our government will ever make our children as a national priority is to understand and realize what our children go through. My own baby, in 3.5 years of treatment, underwent 55 cycles of chemotherapy, 50 rounds of radiation, 12 major surgeries, over 200 blood and platelet transfusions. He was treated in 7 different hospitals across 5 different states. Just so much more that I can continue with, but this is what our kids have to go through, and most people don't realize it. So I thank you for your support. Thank you for raising awareness.
I just want to say thank you again to the town of Miami Lakes and to Sylvia for organizing this and so many other fundraisers. Funding is really what is going to bring a cure to childhood cancer. It really is, it upsets the whole family. It doesn't just upset the child. It really rips families apart. It affects siblings. And it is a lifelong disease. Even if you survive childhood cancer, if you're one of the lucky ones that gets to survive childhood cancers, there's a slew of side effects that affects children for the rest of their lives. And it's 2021. It's about time that we take a step forward and really find a cure for our babies. They're our future, and we need to make sure that they are healthy. So thank you again.
Get a picture with everybody? Mayor, we had a moment of personal privilege, Mayor. We have a birthday to celebrate.
Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Good evening. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Ruano. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Pastor Louis McCarthy from Kings of Kings International Church, and he's also a long-time Miami Laker. Welcome, Pastor. It's the first time here with us, Pastor.
Yeah, thank you. Humble and honored to be here and to be asked to lead this council meeting in prayer this evening. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. I appreciate it. So please lift your hands, if you will, and bow your heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come humble before you, not only as servants, but also as your children, to pray for our city, asking that your power rules and rests upon us in a supernatural way. We thank you for the gift of life, knowing where there is life, there is always purpose. We pray against sickness and any virus, and we ask that you bring kingdom health to those in need of supernatural healing. We pray for the first responders, the doctors, the nurses, the EMTs, the firefighters, for the businesses in this city, for the law enforcement personnel. Bring rest, comfort, peace, and strength to their lives. We ask and pray that your healing and that your healing hand is upon us and every single Miami Lakes residents and their families, every public servant of our beloved city and their families, and that you bring good health and protection against any disease and the virus and any infection in this destiny moments, as we know that destiny lies in your hands and in the hands of those who may have been appointed to rule this city by you. We lift our Mayor Manny Sid before you, Lord, and we ask that you put your mind in his mind, and your wisdom in his wisdom, and your words in his mouth, and your decisions to remain in him in such a way that our generations are impacted in a positive way by any decision that is taken from his office. We also pray and lift our city government body, Luis Collazo, Tony Fernandez, Jeffrey Rodriguez, Marilyn Ruano, Josh Dieguez, Carlos Alvarez, and the rest of the city public staff. Bring wisdom and creativity to every single idea, proposal, ruling, and decision that is to be taken from their seats. I also pray for unity and agreement, as this is the moment that we must come together and become one city, become one nation as we profess to be, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the moment that we must bow together. This is the moment that we must stand together. This is the moment that we must pray together. We ask, oh Lord, for your forgiveness and for that, and that your mercy, grace, and favor is upon us, is upon our city, is upon our state and our beautiful country. We pray and ask for your favor, for change, for increase, for prosperity, and for good health in the midst of a health crisis. We pray that we become prosperous, productive, and fruitful as you designed us to be. We believe and declare that everything, and I mean everything, that our city government officials touch with their hands and think in their minds is blessed according to your will. In the almighty and powerful name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. We really appreciate you setting the tone for our September council meeting. Thank you very much. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance by Vice Mayor Luis Collazo.
Repeat after me. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Everybody, you may be seated. And with us today, also we have Miami Lakes resident Rabbi Weiss, who is here today to sound the shofar. I hope I said it correctly. I don't know. Okay, the shofar for the entrance of the Jewish New Year. And congratulations again on baby number 11. So, baby number 11.
She'll be 2 weeks on Thursday. Tomorrow night is Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year for the Jewish nation. And last week we celebrated Rosh Hashanah, which is the beginning of the Jewish New Year. So one of the customs that we do in synagogue is blow the shofar on Rosh Hashanah. And on Yom Kippur, when Yom Kippur is over, we also do the blowing of the shofar, which is a ram's horn. And the first place that we hear about a shofar is in the Bible, in the beginning, when we talk about the sacrifice of Isaac. And we know that this is one of the things that makes no sense to us, that God asked Isaac to sacrifice his son. What kind of God would Abraham, I'm sorry. God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac. What kind of God would ask a father who loves his one and only child to sacrifice their child? But we know that this was a test. It was a test, and God just wanted to see if Abraham was ready to be the forefather of all the people, and that he could actually understand that if God is asking me something and God is all good, then it must be something good. And he did it with a full heart, with no pain, and it's something that we don't really understand, but it's a lesson for us all, that in times where we don't understand things and things seem dark and things seem black and we go through a lot of hardships and a lot of tests, we have to understand and close our eyes and meditate and realize that if you believe in God and you believe that God is good, that everything that he does is good, even if it might not seem good to us on the outside. So on Yom Kippur, which is the Jewish Day of Atonement, where we spend our day in prayer the entire day, we don't eat or drink, we don't put on lotions, you don't shower on that day. We become like angels, because angels don't do any of those things. And this way we feel extremely, extremely connected from God and disconnected from all physical aspects of our life. And at the end of Yom Kippur, which is the end of the 10 days of repentance, from the beginning of the new year through Yom Kippur, which is the final day of atonement, which we also say it's not just atonement. If you look at the word atonement, it can also be at one mint, where we feel by the end of the day that we are at one with God, and that we're completely forgiven for any wrongdoings that we've done throughout the year, and now we can start the year fresh with a brand new slate and be sealed in the book of life. So when we blow the shofar at the end of Yom Kippur, we're actually telling God, remember, Abraham was ready to sacrifice his one and only child that you gave him after so many years for you. He was ready to give up his own child for you. You have to look down upon your entire nation of people and give them a good and sweet year, because look at what our forefather did for you. And that's the reminder, and it's a very, very spiritual moment, a very connected moment to God, and it's like a primal cry to God when we do the shofar. So when my husband blows the shofar, you should have in mind that God is good, and he should really give us a good year with health, prosperity, kindness, and just shower us with his love, because that's really what we need in these times. Thank you.
Thank you. So the sound of the shofar should really pierce the heavens and bring lots of blessings upon all of us. We should only see health, success, happiness, peace. And this is a sound which we say it doesn't have. Sometimes you don't know what to pray. You don't know the words. So this is just a sound of piercing. It has all kinds of sound from the depth of the heart. God bless you.
Thank you, and God bless. Thank you very much for that blessing. Thank you. That's why you gotta love Miami Lakes. We're such a diverse community, and we're all neighbors. It's really, really amazing. Real quick, we have Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute, and then we're moving on to the order of business. Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. Staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff, and residents of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. When a baseball player steps to the plate, you see his mind working.
Got it. I guess we'll go back to that whenever it's ready. You can pull it up. We're going to move on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions, deferrals, additions, deletions. Council, do you have anything?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I wanted to move up 14B and 14A to be taken up at the same time as item 13B. They all kind of are interrelated, so I think it makes sense just to take them up together.
Got it. So Councilman Dieguez wants to combine the discussion on 13B, 14B, and 14A. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions?
I think
to
it-
clarify.
you meant 14C.
Yeah, it was 14B and 14C. Yeah, I apologize if I said 14A.
Got
Yeah,
it.
sorry, it was 14B, 14A. Excuse me, 14B and 14C combined with 13B.
Got it. 13B, combine it with 14B and 14C. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions? I have two. I'm going to pull from consent item 10B and item 10C. Council, I will be pulling those from consent. So right now we have a combination of item 13B, 14B, and 14C. And I am pulling from consent two items, 10B and 10C. Any further, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'd like to move up 14G immediately following public comments. There's a representative from the Homeowners Association that wanted to speak on that item.
14D.
G as in golf.
G. 14G after public comments. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions, councils?
Yes,
Quick,
Mayor.
yes, Councilman Fernandez.
I would like to add a report, which I believe would be 15E, regarding my attendance to the Florida Park Managers Conference.
Got it. So right now we have a combination. We're combining 13B, 14B, and 14C. We've also pulled from consent item 10B and item 10C. We are also going to take 14G after public comments, and then we are going to add a report, 15E, attendance to the Florida Parks Association. Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Mayor, if we were going to combine 13B with 14B and C, we might as well combine 16D in there as well. Just tackle all of that at once.
16D is, okay, got it. Sounds good. So recap real quick before we take a motion. We are combining 14B, 14C, 13B, and 16D. We're combining all four of those. And also, we are removing from consent. We're pulling from consent 10B and 10C. And after public comments, we have 14G. And we are also adding an additional report, 15E. Any motion on the table?
Motion.
Second.
Hey, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We are on to public comments. Madam Clerk, this is your show.
Good evening. All comments or questions from the attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his/her remarks shall be permitted. Should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of the meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting. And as a courtesy to others, all electronic devices must be set to silent mode to avoid disruption of the proceedings. So we begin public comments. If anyone in the attending this meeting today here in Council chambers, if you want to have your public comment, please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and I will set the 3 minutes as soon as you start speaking. And welcome.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Rogers. I'm here. My address is 15558 Braemar Court, Miami Lakes, 33014. And I am here on behalf of a young man who brought something to my attention as the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee. I went out to the addresses that he was talking about. I took pictures. I have a packet here for each one of you, if I may approach, or it's not necessary. Tell me, please. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to speak as I go, because I don't want to tie everybody up. And it's mostly in regard to the situation of traffic and lack of signs and signage and roadway signs at the area of Northwest 143rd Street and 143rd Street, and the area by Bob Graham Primary Learning Center. And what it is,
Ms. Rogers, it's true. We need the microphone. So what you're saying needs to be heard by our community. So if you don't mind, yes, getting the microphone so that we can hear you.
all right, the area is Northwest 143rd Street and over by Bob Graham Primary Learning Center, which is, I think, 82nd Avenue. And I have the pictures attached of the different situations. The first one is just a picture of the Learning Center. I went over there on 143rd, drove west, and actually passed the school up because I didn't know what it was. It looked like a box. It looked like a warehouse. It doesn't even look like a learning center. And finally, when I turned around and came back, I started seeing the things that everybody was talking about. The various pictures are explained on the first page, and mostly what it is that along the swale area on north and south sides of 143rd, they've planted trees. Trees are about my height, right about the height that all the signs are. Can't read the signs. You can't see the speed limit signs. You cannot see the hours of operation. Everything is self-explanatory on here. This needs to be fixed. This is an area where children go to school. All right, it's a primary learning center. Parents are dropping the kids off. I never saw anything so ridiculous in my life as the situation going eastbound on 143rd Street. The school is on the north side of the street. You're driving on the south side of the street. You want to go to the school to drop off your child at the semicircle. But there's a big sign that says no left turn. How the heck do you get your child across the street to that semicircle to get out of the car and go into the building? What are you going to do, go down the road, make a U-turn? You can't do that because all the cars that are going westbound trying to get their kids at the school are going to be piled up. I've never seen anything so crazy in my life as what's going on that street. Anyway, here's the suggestions. Things that need to be done. The pictures are self-explanatory. There's no left turn signs to make the turn to get into the semicircle if you're going eastbound. It's all on here, and I don't know if there's other drop-off locations, and maybe I missed them. And plus, there's a 30 mile per hour speed limit sign when you're going eastbound, and you can't see that either because it's blocked by the trees. But he's got to go over there and fix it if I don't go down it. Never mind, I won't say what I might do. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it, and anything you can do in that area. And thank you to Maurice Acosta, who brought this to my attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rogers.
Anyone else who wants to speak, please do so now. Just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. By this time, you guys are probably tired of hearing me come and implore this council to reject any proposal for a hospital. My identity has become synonymous with that opposition. So today I'm not here to talk about that. I'm going to give you a brief reprieve from that being my normal subject of conversation. Instead, I'm here to talk about the Optimist Park. But the funny thing is that they're related, because I think it was 2 months ago that I sat at this podium, or stood at this podium, and implored this council, as well as the Planning and Zoning Board, not to approve any sort of hospital plan, because our slogan is growing beautifully, not just growing. Well, I played myself there as a child. I know the conditions there. They are extremely subpar. Improvements are direly needed, and that is the definition of growing beautifully. That's the image that Miami Lakes should be invoking. State-of-the-art parks, a place where our children can congregate, play sports, get outdoors, grab a food from a concession stand that's not, I don't know if it's a mile or 2 miles away, and it's not about, hey, they're outside anyways, they should jog over there and get some exercise. I did it myself. You lost playing time. In baseball, if you exit a game, if you miss a fielding opportunity, you're out of the game for the rest of the game. So if you have to take a bathroom break and it's, you're at the field furthest from the current clubhouse, by the time you get there and back, guess what? The inning's over and you're out of the game. So these current improvement plans, I've been seeing them for years. I've been dying for them to take place, even though myself, I won't get to enjoy them. But just knowing that others will get to enjoy it, just knowing that such a park of that stature will get built, that alone increases Miami Lakers as a whole, their property values. And so that's why, whether you guys choose option 3, option 4, that's going to be up to you guys in discussion. I'm not entirely certain what the multipurpose building really has to do with anything, but along those lines of 3 and 4, that is what I think of when I see, or when I dream about Miami Lakes and the vision that Miami Lakes should evoke in people's minds. A state-of-the-art place for all of our residents, young and old alike, to get out and be active together. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Ladies first? You sure? Okay. Okay. No, I do. Hi, guys. Ray Garcia, 6796 Main Street. Good evening. Very well said. It is true that the park needs a lot of help. Some people say we shouldn't care about the towns around us and getting to their level, Miami Springs, Miramar, Pines, that we're our own town, we have our own identity. I agree 100%. We shouldn't put the park at the level of other towns. We should put the park at the level of our own parks here in the town, like Royal Oaks Park, Picnic Park West. I'm sure you've enjoyed time there yourselves or your kids. They're beautiful parks, the infrastructure is new. I mean, it's very nice. I'm proud of those parks. I'm proud to live in a town where we have parks like that. But then there's the tale of two cities here, the tale of two parks. We have Optimist Park, it's in dire need of help. And I'm not just saying that because, I used to coach there, my kids went there. I'm saying it because in the 21st century, we need to build resilient parks. Parks that can withstand the thunderstorms and rainstorms that are coming that we've seen. This park, at a minimum, requires us to lift at least 3 or 4 feet, maybe 5 feet, to the level it is now, provide adequate drainage. It also needs brand new infrastructure like lighting and backstops in a spoke and wheel configuration. And what does that do? It's more efficient. It saves money in construction. You have to lay less mechanical because it's all centralized. For young kids, it's true what the gentleman said. If you miss your turn in the lineup, it's an out for your team. It's happened to members of my team that had to go to the bathroom. For the elderly, to walk, my mom, I don't know how many times my mom missed plays because she had to walk 200 yards to go to the bathroom. So I've lived it. So at a minimum, we need the basic infrastructure. And that's going to cost us some money, unfortunately, because we waited way too long, guys. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's not wait another 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Let's do it now. Let's put it to a vote, absolutely. Let's also do it smart, too. Let's try to get money from grants, from the county, from the government, from private industry. Hialeah has a Sedano's building for basketball. Why can't we get a local grocery store to spend money on our park? So I ask you, please, at the minimum, the basic infrastructure to put us at level with our own parks. And I'm sure you guys are going to do the right job because all of you here earned your positions, are very intelligent, and you have the Miami Lakers first when you make your decisions. And I appreciate you, and it's hard to be on that side. And I understand it's very difficult to make these decisions. But it's the right one, so I ask you to please make the right one, the one that makes common sense for the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Ray.
Mirtha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Eagle Drive. I have a request, Mr. Mayor. We have, every time we start a meeting, the town clerk reads the instructions on how to be courteous and no clapping and no noise making, no nothing. And it says, should a member of the attending audience become unruly, I would highly suggest that you put in there, should a member of the council become unruly or behave in a manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of the meeting, such person would be asked to leave. And I think it behooves us as citizens to be treated with the respect you expect from us to you. So now, all comments or questions from the attending public shall be directed to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, would you be kind enough to tell your councilman that the park is owned by the school board? Thank you.
Thank you, Mita.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ali Baez. I'm resident here in Miami Lakes. My address is 13996 Lake George Court. The reason I'm here today is because we are like 6 people here asking for you please to reconsider the boat ordinance for the city of Miami Lakes. We pay high taxes in this beautiful city, and we think that for the people that have the space to have the boats in the backyard, it will be very fair for us. Please, if you can reconsider it, it would be really appreciated for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else for public comments? In the meantime, I do have 5 participants online. They're all, yes. Oh, go ahead. Welcome.
Robert Carrasquillo, 6651 Lake Blue Drive.
I'm also part of that group regarding the boat. We've bought our house back in 1996, and I heard something about maybe that there was a time there was boats in the backyard, and then years down the road, I heard that you couldn't have any more boats in the yard, but I was too young at the time, and I wasn't a boat owner at the time. Now I'm a boat owner, and I've had my boat on my property. I bring it on the weekend when I want to go out to wash it, clean it, prep it to go out. And I've been fined a couple of times already regarding this matter of having a boat in the backyard. Is there a way that we can go ahead and put this to a vote somehow, or find out why the boats were taken out from Miami Lakes, where you can't have a boat in the backyard as opposed to like other cities have it? Why was the reason that they stopped it in Miami Lakes? I heard there was something you had boats, but I never heard the reason why. I know in Hialeah, they park, 30-foot cigarettes in front of townhouses and on top of the sidewalk, but that's not going to be the case here. If somehow we can put a proposal together on having a boat in the backyard, not turning it on, in the middle of the night, or blasting the radio, or some kind of guidance or format so that we can have a boat at least in our yard, and not just say, hey, you know what, Miami Lakes, you're not allowed to have any boats, and we're going to keep finding every time we see the boat when you want to park it on the weekend, to put stuff in or out of it just to get it, to get ready for the weekend. With regards to that, is there any, besides, this is my first time here, I'm a little nervous, but is there anybody that we can talk to? I've never, they came to my house and told me, they sent me letters that I couldn't have the boat, but I never really spoke to anybody. And then I was told by a neighbor to come. He says, come to the meeting and you can voice your opinion and maybe they'll do something about it. Is this the only way we can get something done? Or do I see somebody on the side, like, here in the building? And I've never followed up with this, but now, since I'm here, I'm going to follow up with it now and find out why can't we have boats in Miami Lakes. Can I ask a question? Is there any reason why we can't have the boats? What was the reasoning to stop having boats?
That's a very long explanation, but I don't mind scheduling a meeting and going through it and having our town attorneys there to kind of walk it through. And I'm open to having that discussion as a council going forward. But definitely, Joseph, you get their information and set up a meeting, and maybe we could even sunshine it so some of the council members, if you all want to attend, we can have a sunshine meeting with all you residents. So, but yeah, Joseph, you get their info, then set it up, coordinate with the clerk, and then maybe whichever council members want to attend, we can all meet with all the residents there together. So, but welcome to Town Hall, Walter, and you did a great job, man. You weren't nervous, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Optimus Park. Is it 26, 28.5, 35, 40, 50? Every time I come up here, it's a different number. Remember the days when 17 million was ridiculous. I look at the renovations that are needed in the park. I think we are all in agreement there are some that need to be made. Do we need to build out a sports complex? No, okay? I continue to hear the same argument, and for as not kumbaya-ish as this is going to sound, okay? Your job as elected representatives are to represent the interest of Miami Lakes. What other communities have and do, quite frankly, is their business. They did not elect you, and they do not pay Miami Lakes taxes. We do. The end of the day, I'm the one who has to pay the bill, okay? So, is it important that we renovate? Absolutely. We've had the money, but oops, it's what happens when pet projects come around and, campaign season comes around and we spend the money on other things. That's why you don't have money. So make no mistake that that's what it is. And just to correct the record here, we have spent a lot of money. We maintain those fields to the tune of $600,000 a year. We pay for background checks. We pay for equipment. The concession stand belongs to the Optimus Park. So let's not make the assumption or the mistake that we do not give back to the Optimist Park. Brings me to another question. We build a sports complex. As it is, we have traffic issues. You guys planning on expanding 67th Avenue? What happens to all the residents who are trying to get home? How about their quality of life? Does that not matter? Are they expendable? Just so that we can then provide for everyone else. Do what is right. Yes, renovate the dugouts. That has to be done. Fix the fields. No one's telling you not to. But 26.5 million, I'm sorry, 28. I forgot, we're at 28 today. Okay? $28 million is a stretch. Multi-purpose building. For what? Rooms that then you can't fill? I know you can't fill them. You know why? Because I was the one who was receiving the calls from this town many years ago when the programs at the spot could not be filled. Do you want to know why they couldn't be filled? Because our roads were congested and people could not get there. Okay? I was the one who was trying to lobby for those openings to be filled. And yet here we're talking about a $5 million multi-purpose building. Do we need a multi-purpose building so that kids can play baseball? I've never heard of that. I played sports, never needed a multi-purpose building, okay? We look at, again, your responsibilities as elected officials. Represent the people who elected you. Remember that. I believe I have additional time, correct? That's to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Now, guess what? This park comes with a hefty price tag that we don't know. We're choosing to build during some of the most expensive times, okay? And I have heard the argument, it's going to increase property values. Don't forget we have blasting that's going to decrease our property values, okay? I would like to see that much effort thrown in that direction as well. The bridges, I know that there was a mention of whether or not this hospital is opened up on 154. What's going to happen at that point? That's right, the bridges are going to open. It's going to be a life to safety issue, right? Oh my gosh, you're keeping the people from west of I-75 from access to a hospital. Mind you, they purchased there, okay? Didn't have a hospital when they purchased. But when we open the bridges, guess what? Everyone's going to want to come and play at the new sports complex on our already congested roads. Once again, are you building more roads? Think about what you guys are going to do. Renovate the park, but do it in a responsible way that doesn't burden the Miami Lakes the taxpayer to have to then fund entertainment for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Anyone else for public comments? Please approach the podium. And as I was saying earlier, we do have one participant, and I'm going to call her name, Ms. Susana Herrera. We see your name. If you are here for public comments via Zoom, you may just start, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the council members for allowing us to speak up. My comment is, in general, there's a time and a place to do things. I know that arguments have been on this park long overdue, but I have to say that our community is suffering a lot, and it's a silent suffering, things that we don't hear about. I employ people that live in the area, and I can only share with you how the devastation that these families are suffering. I've had an employee that put his resignation because he was hit with COVID. Moratoriums for evictions were lifted. He was kicked out of his house. He was resigning because he felt he couldn't commit to us and turn out going with his wife and his 2 kids into a shelter home. We just wouldn't have it. It broke our hearts. So we put him up in a hotel, we took him out. We wouldn't give up on him. But you didn't hear about this guy. This guy felt he needed to resign. You know, we had another employee who his wife died. He's alone, no support, 6-month-old baby, 3-year-old son. is ready to quit. He's ready to quit. He's depressed. He doesn't know how he's going to pay what he needs. We're stepping up and we're helping him. Now, we're not asking any of the council members to take money out of their pockets and support these families. We're not asking the town to get money out of their pockets and support these families. But what we're asking, what I'm going to ask each and every one of you to deep inside, look at your moral responsibility. We're living through a pandemic. People are hurting. People are getting evicted. People are getting sick. People are dying. This is not the time to take money out of people's pockets. Anybody who votes that FPL fee to go up has no conscience. I'm sorry. I'm going to call it the way it is. And anybody who votes for a $28 million renovation doesn't have a conscience for a property we don't own. At the end of the day, we had options for a 6 and 11 million. You know what? You want to renovate the park for the kids to enjoy? You do that. But $28 million tag is somebody wanting a political agenda, and I will never support that. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I took your time.
Thank you, Susanna. You don't have to be sorry. We appreciate your comments.
We don't have other participants online. We do have a pre-recorded video for public comments that was submitted earlier. So I'm going to ask IT to please play the video. Thank you.
Good evening, Town of Miami Lakes Council. My name is Karina Schmidt, and I am the owner of Sophie Publishing House, which is a publishing house as well as online bookstore. I come to you today live from Denmark to let you know that through Hope Reynolds PDFs, which I follow very regularly, many throughout the world follow what you're doing, which, by the way, is a remarkable job. The transparency of your work is evident, as I have found out about how to offer a pre-recorded video, so thank you very much for that. My message to you today is twofold. First, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and we sincerely hope that you choose to go constitutional like a county in New York did, developing and enacting a resolution that sends a clear message that you will ensure that any and all resolutions, ordinances, fees, fines, and assessments are not in violation of our guiding principles to constrain government and protect the governed. I speak to you as an American today, albeit I am Danish, because while I was back in the States, I experienced a tremendous attack on the educational system. I'm currently back in Denmark. I've lived in South Florida for a while, but due to the influence of leftist ideas introduced through the US school system, I felt compelled to take my children back to Denmark for educational purposes, and education that guides children to adulthood by teaching the basics, languages, woodshop, home economics, even swimming lessons are mandatory in Denmark. And it's fundamental that my children get an education, and so should American children get an education that they can take with them to further their life, their right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, which is why I came to the United States in the first place. As I know you only permit 3 minutes, let me leave you with an invitation to conduct a Zoom meeting with me. I will produce a video of that accomplishment, the topic I would like to discuss with you, and the Education Advisory Board is a comparison to the Danish education system, in particular the regression that the US is doing towards strictness as opposed to Denmark. Why would you do that when other places are lifting all their restrictions? And a move towards a free society again. So thank you very much, and please also give my regards to Hope Reynolds and Bonnie Cintron and other Miami Lakers and Miamians that I know back there. And please contact me at sophieph.info@gmail.com. That is SOPHIEPH.info @gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Town of Miami.
Thank you, IT. And to finish, we received 2 written public comments, which I shared with you all. The first email is from Ms. Bonnie Cintron. She sent this email, I think it was Friday, and it was shared with all of you. And the second written public comment is from Ms. Hope Reynolds, which was sent to me yesterday, and as well I shared with you all. And
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
that is it.
At this moment, public comments is closed. I don't see any further public comments going once, going twice. Public comments is officially closed. We're moving on with the order of business. We have appointments.
Thank
We
you,
have
Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members,
There
staff,
it
and
is.
residents of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. When a baseball player steps to the plate, you see his mind working as he stands there waiting for the pitcher to throw out the ball. As he stands there in the batter's box, he is thinking of the past at-bats facing this pitcher. What pitches did he throw? What order did he throw them in? How did each pitch look? By the time the ball crosses home plate, hundreds of thoughts have crossed his mind that will prepare him to hit that ball. Much like the hitter, we can also make our decisions based on our past experiences. As we live our lives, we log our experiences and they help shape our actions. We must learn from these experiences and not fear those past experiences. The hitter may have struck out his last at bat, but he can just as easily hit a home run this one. So don't fear the past and learn from it, so the next time you can hit a home run.
Thank you, Ariel. We really appreciate that. We're on to our appointments, and we have probably some of the most appointments that we made in a long time. We have Lourdes Iglesias to the Veterans Committee by Vice Mayor Luis Collazo. We have Jessica Joseph to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Councilman Jeffrey Rodriguez. We have Clarimal Celedon to the Special Needs Advisory Board by Mayor Manny Cid. Gabriela Vega to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilmember Jeffrey Rodriguez. Luis Suarez to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Mayor Manny Cid. Maribel Balbin to the Neighborhood Service Districts, Miami Lakes Section 1, appointed by the council. Eli Gonzalez to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee by Councilmember Carlos Alvarez. Brian Morrera to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee by Councilmember Josh Diegues. Luis Botero to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Councilmember Carlos Alvarez. And Reynard Amaro to the Neighborhood Service Districts, Miami Lakes Section 1 by the council. Are any motions, council members?
Motion to approve the
Second.
appointees.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. If any of these folks are here with us tonight, please stand up. Please stand up real quick. Let's give these folks a round of applause. Thank you guys for giving back to your neighbors. It means a lot to us. You know, our town wouldn't grow beautifully, be so great without volunteers like you all that are stepping up and giving back. Madam Clerk, you got your hands full. You got a lot of people you got to swear in. So, and Ashley, if you guys, so you're going to have to coordinate with the clerk some dates there to all get sworn in before your first meetings. But thank you guys very much, and we really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Mayor, point of order, I know we put
Yes, Vice
14G in the order of business.
Yes, after public comments, you are absolutely right. 14G.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for my colleagues for indulging me on this item. I know we have a representative from the Lock Isle Homeowners Association here, and this item specifically speaks to several incidences that we've had along that street and that corridor where vehicles have jumped the curbing and have struck the perimeter fencing. I know we've had fatalities in that area in the past, as well as property damage. And what we're trying to do with this item is mitigate the town's exposure by maybe adding trees or some type of buffer or some engineering traffic patterns so we can make that intersection a little bit safer. So I'm going to yield my time, I guess, to the public comments that the president of the Homeowner Association wanted to provide.
Mr. President, welcome.
Thank you very much. If I can get a minute, I have a packet and I'll pass it out to everybody and then I'll speak. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor. My name is Javier Lesoto. I'm the president of the Miami Lakes Homeowners Association. We're located right at the end of Main Street off of off of Miami Lakes Drive and Miami Lakeway North. I presented with you a letter with some attachments as well, and also I'll read into the record the letter from the board. Dear Town of Miami Lakes Council, on behalf of the Miami Lakes Lock Isle Homeowners Association, Inc., please accept this letter with attachments in support of item 14G, pedestrian safety along 154th Street, submitted by the Honorable Vice Mayor Luis E. Collazo. As reflected in item 14G, a vehicle heading westbound on Miami Lakes Drive lost control of its vehicle and crashed into the walls surrounding the Lock Isle community near the intersection of Miami Lakeway North. Thankfully, the occupants of the vehicle did not require emergency medical attention, but this accident was not the first and will not be the last unless significant changes are made to this area. In the last 6 years alone, there have been 3 major accidents at or near the intersection with 3 fatalities. This is a high foot traffic area where Lock Isle and town residents are often found walking, running, biking with family and friends and pets. While the 3 examples below have occurred at night or in the very early morning, these accidents and incidences are happening day and night, increasing the danger to life and property. On April 8, 2015, 4:30 a.m., a Nissan Altima was driving at a high rate of speed westbound on Miami Lakes Drive, loses control and crashes into the wall surrounding the Lock Isle community. The wall suffered significant damage, but unfortunately all 3 occupants died on the scene. A news report can be found, and the web link is there for you guys to see. On August 14th, 2018, 11:47 p.m., in an Infiniti Q50 driving at a high rate of speed westbound on Miami Lakes Drive, loses control and crashes into the wall surrounding the Lock Isle community. The wall again suffered significant damage. There were 2 occupants. A passenger was transported to the hospital with laceration to her arm, where rebar from the wall pierced through the windshield, causing this injury. I was there that night. I heard it when it occurred, and I can tell you that it was a matter of mere inches where that rebar did not go through the center torso of that individual. She was very, very lucky. The fire hydrant on the corner was also struck and damaged. The driver was racing another vehicle, which was not involved in the crash. Pictures and the police report are attached to my letter. On August 28th, just recently, at 2021 at 2:05 a.m., another Nissan Altima driving at a high rate of speed westbound on Miami Lakes Drive loses control and crashes into the wall surrounding the Lock Isle community. Again, the wall suffered significant damage. No occupants were reported any injuries, but the town's lamp pole was struck and damaged, and the police report and pictures that I took are also attached in my letter. These are only the most serious and recent accidents. Lock Isle residents have told me the wall has been struck and damaged, requiring repair many other times over the years. In addition, the wall has been struck countless times by vehicles losing control and jumping the sidewalk and sliding along the wall. These incidents did not render the car inoperable, and police were not called, nor a report was made. But the marks on the wall and the left car debris needed to be cleaned up nonetheless. Each of these incidents is a result of vehicles speeding at a high rate of speed down Miami Lakes Drive. In addition to the car crashes, the curbing on the north side of this road at this intersection is fully marked and pocked with damage caused by when cars hit the curb at a high rate of speed. Like Lock Isle residents on this corner continuously fear the day that the wall will be insufficient to hold back an out-of-control vehicle and will strike their home. The evidence is clear. Speeding occurs day and night, and it's only a matter of time before another speeding vehicle loses control and slams into the wall, or worse yet, into the pedestrians who regularly walk around the sidewalk or wait for the light to change at the intersection. Almost every day I can hear cars rev their engines and drive by at high rate of speed. I know MDPD is constantly present, patrols the area, and has increased its presence in speed traps in this stretch, and we really appreciate it. It is recognized and greatly appreciated, but they can't patrol this area at all times. The Lock Isle community strongly supports Vice Mayor Collazo's item 14G. Options in addition to the great work by our MDPD officers must be considered and promptly implemented to provide safety to our residents and visitors. If you have any other questions or would like to discuss further, please let me know.
Thank you, Javi. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So the item is basically, I'd like to make a motion to direct, prior to making the motion, during my briefing, I had learned that the manager was being very proactive on this issue. I think days within the vehicle striking, he had already directed staff to start looking at solutions to see what can be done along that. So I really commend the manager for the proactivity. I was not aware that he was doing that on the back end, but when I put in the item, he suggested we leave it on the agenda to go ahead and give formal direction for the manager to work with Public Works and work with the transportation manager to then bring back solutions that we can fund to increase the safety. And I think some of the solutions, whatever they are, I want them to be done in conjunction with the homeowners association to make sure that the aesthetic is something that's appealing, not just to the residents that have to live there, but really addresses the need long term. So my motion is to direct the manager to come back with some solutions and meet with the homeowners association.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Dieguez. Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We are on to the next items, which are committee reports. We have Neighborhood Improvement Committee as the first one up.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, just to let you know that Chairman Rudy Lloredo is not going to be presenting. Mr. Javier Ley Soto will be presenting the committee report for neighborhood improvement.
Javi, you back up.
No pressure.
All right. That was very quick. So give me 1 second and bring up our report. Again, thank you again for the town. Good evening. My name is Javier Ley Soto. I'm one of the members of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, and on behalf of the committee, I'm here to give our report. In the committee meeting on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021, the Neighborhood Improvement Committee voted to allocate $1,500 from account 0017447-548159 PEDS to the doggy waste stations. Account 0017257555500, as well as $800 from 0017447-548159 PEDS to the Blasting Advisory Board bike ride. And that is our report. If you have any questions.
I'll move the two items on the report for budget consideration.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions of member Javier Ley Soto? No, none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are on to the Blasting Advisory Committee. Chair Martinez.
Good afternoon or evening, everybody. This was carrying from the previous month that was tabled. We have a couple of items. The first is in light of what's been learned and adapted for people that have evolved their lives to the new normal. The virtual hybrid meetings have become the standard. We request that all Blasting Advisory Board meetings can be accommodated to full virtual hybrid status. This includes allowing the ability for the public to interact with the Blasting Advisory Board. Item number 2 is the blasting bike ride is being developed. The Neighborhood Improvement Committee, as we just heard, hosts these neighborhood rides, and the Neighborhood Improvement has proposed to fund the ride in order to cover the costs associated with such an event. The Blasting Advisory Board is requesting the funds needed in the amount of $800 to be transferred from the Neighborhood Improvement Committee to the Blasting Advisory Board. Additionally, outside the requested $800 transfer, we require $84 in order to cover the remaining costs of the use of the freebie to follow along and give a few people the opportunity to join without riding a bike. The total of the budget requests of $884, with $800 being allocated from the Neighborhood Improvement Committee budget, which already has previously approved by the committee. As well as the board welcomes the members of the council, you guys, to join us on the ride for the September 25th. With the budget approval, we would ask that the town approve the bike ride for September 25th, which would now allow for the town to publish the event and the residents of Miami Lakes to attend. Rep. Fabricio and the Commissioner Rene Garcia have stated their plans to attend, and we also have Juneski Ramirez from Channel 51 has also already gave me confirmation. And we have the council approval, with the council approval, we'd like to send an invitation on behalf of the town from the Blasting Advisory Board to Office of Governor DeSantis, Lieutenant Governor Nunez, Mayor Levin Cava, and Florida Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Patronis. Thank you.
Are there any motion on the table to approve the report?
I have a question on the report.
Vice Mayor?
The Blasting Advisory Board is requesting for a budget allocation of $84 to complete the 884. There's no line item within the budget. Was there a specific pot that you were looking for that to come out of?
For the freebie is an additional cost. So we have them as a support vehicle to back the riders.
Got it. But it's just for an appropriations. You're asking us for the $84 appropriation.
Right.
Okay. At this time, I'll make a donation to the to the town of Miami Lakes and on behalf of the Blasting Advisory Board to cover the cost of the $84. With regards to broadcasting the meetings, that I know comes with a hefty price tag, one that I'm not going to donate money for, but I wanted to find out what that allocation is.
The allocation, the amount is, I'm not aware of the costs involved in it. My understanding is that being that the town already has the infrastructure set up for it, as it was done previously during the pandemic, we've had a lot of requests from the public that they want to participate, and as it was.
And maybe it doesn't have to be now, but we have a second budget hearing coming up. I'm assuming that this will have some type of impact into the future with regards to budget. Your committee doesn't have an ongoing budget. So I'd like to see what that dollar figure is before we can commit to it. But I'll be making a donation to the town for $84 to cover the freebie service, so you can go ahead and cover the bike ride.
Thank you.
And I'd like to have that dollar number that you guys need for the broadcasting of the meetings.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion for the Vice Mayor. He's going to pay for the broadcasting, and we'll get. No, I'm messing.
Second.
I'm messing. Councilman.
Point of order. What parliamentary procedure do I?
No. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that donation. Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted clarification on the cost of the freebie. Can you clarify why it is that there's a cost to use the freebie?
I don't know the exact, obviously, every time the freebie goes, there's a cost, but we're covering it. So, I mean, I appreciate the offer from the Vice Mayor, but I'm sure that the $84 for the freebie to be able to participate in that, we'll check with freebie and see, but I'm sure the town will be able to cover it from the funds that we use to pay for freebie.
We were advised that the freebie being used for on a specific use for our ride, that a cost is involved in that.
Yeah, but I'll take a look at it. I'm sure we'll be able to find a way. $84. If not, I'll split it with you.
Yeah, I'm willing to split it too, because I'd rather ride the freebie than the bike. Thank you.
I may have to bring my truck around.
Any further questions? If not, are there any motions to?
I have a
yes,
point
Councilman
to make.
Diegues.
Thank you. I personally am not a huge fan of going back to the virtual hybrid model. I think that if you are committed to being part of the solution, you will be here and be involved directly. I don't know exactly what residents are the ones that are voicing a preference for this, but obviously I have to prioritize the Miami Lakes tax dollar and taxpayer first. I am just not comfortable with going back to that model again. We're moving on, and if you are serious about being part of the solution, you will be here. Just like all our other committee chairs and members are always here, just like you are always here, they will be here. And that's just my opposition to that particular item. I'll vote to adopt the report as it is, but I just, at least when it comes up, for a final vote, I will be looking to at least bifurcate that from the rest of the report.
Thank you, Councilman Diegues. Any motions on the table?
I have a question, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
Councilman Fernandez.
to the chair. Is the reason for going back to hybrid related to members of the public having access to the meeting, or the members of the board?
No, I've been approached by members of the public for them being able to attend. There are many people still in the work environment that they're working from home, and so it's just a matter of the new norm that they have gotten used to having the ability to do this. Although I'm in agreement, I think I prefer people in person. However, it is a nice opportunity when that they can attend and hear, be participant of the meetings. So I'm posing it for discussion for you guys.
Excellent. Yeah, I'd like to see the dollar figure associated to that.
Yeah, and
as soon as you have
and
it.
I suspect that if we do it for the blasting advisory board, there'll probably be other committees. So we'll quantify it to say worst case scenario, if every committee wanted to go that way, what the impact would be, financial.
I mean, for me, it's a little bit different. I think the blasting is a very regional issue, so I don't mind looking at it specifically for the blasting committee and not necessarily for the other committees.
We'll split it up so you have an idea if it was only one committee or all of them, so you have an idea, then you can make a more informed decision at in the future.
Look, Councilman Fernandez, there's ways to leverage it, right? Our cost to utilize Zoom for our remote public comments is relatively low. So I mean, maybe there's.
I don't want to overspeak, but I would imagine the issue is ADA accessible.
No, it is, but there has to be better platforms out there without that expensive. So I mean, it's becoming a major accessibility problem overall. But Councilman Ferrano.
One final comment on that, and I know that Chair Martinez has heard me speak about this in public, in Miramar, and in other meetings that we've participated in. I don't think that for the blasting to get resolved and for our state legislature to understand the magnitude of the problem, I don't think that Zoom meetings are going to cut it. I tell residents, I'll use this platform to tell them again, you need to be here in person, you need to make your voice heard, you need to tell Tallahassee how big this problem is, and that's not going to be accomplished via Zoom. It needs to be personal, public participation so that we can take the message to Tallahassee that this is a huge problem, and that's the reason why we're having the community bike ride. It's to bring people out in large numbers so that we can prove that we have a problem. So although I understand that residents are more comfortable participating via Zoom and that it makes it more accessible to everyone, that's not going to deliver the message. I've made it clear to Representative Fabricio, and I've made it clear to every resident that reaches out to me. This has to be a priority, and prioritizing things means that you have to get up off the couch and you have to walk into this room so that we can show those faces to the state legislators. Otherwise, this will never move forward. I know that you've heard me say this many times before, but I'll use this platform to say it again. Zoom just isn't going to cut it, in my opinion. So to me, it's not even a cost issue. I'm willing to absorb the cost if I thought that it was going to do something positive for this cause. But on the contrary, I think it just makes people more comfortable. And if your house is full of cracks and your driveway is broken and you have this serious issue, then you need to voice it in person so that we can deliver a better message. So that my message to the residents every time that I get the chance, it'll be the same one. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Ferrano. Are any motions on the table regards this report?
I'll move the report and look forward for the manager's information when it comes forward on the broadcasting.
Just as a point of information on that, we currently, the blasting as well as every other committee, we already live stream, so anybody and everybody in the public that has internet connection can always view the meetings. The only difference is for somebody from that, I presume the request is for people to be able to participate, but anybody and everybody can already view the meetings like we do every single committee. So.
I made a motion just to adopt the report. Do we need to adopt the report? There's really no action if the manager's going to resolve the
We
$84.
usually just motion to accept the report.
Yeah, just motion to accept the report.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here tonight. We really appreciate you guys, and keep up the good work. I mean, some of the stuff that you guys are working on is really exciting. Hopefully, we get more and more residents behind it. The Mental Health Task Force. You all can come up. Everybody can come up. Come on.
What did you say?
Mental health practitioners. You guys are going to do it in a group, right? You guys are going to.
Of course.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. We worked for 9 beautiful months on some recommendations for the town, focusing on mental health. We have a PowerPoint presentation for you to show, and I've never used this before, so sorry. We had a video.
Yeah, it should be popping up. Don, I think Don's back there, right?
So this is just a little overview of our recommendations, because since it's kind of long, we really didn't want to spend too much time. So this is sort of an overview. This is about what was it called that you did, the request that you did? The resolution, sorry. The resolution that you did to create our task force and what we were supposed to do. So those were a little bit about our goals: to support the efforts to address the stigma associated with mental health and identify gaps and possible solutions to address these gaps. These were our recommendations. So in order to address the stigma, raise awareness in the community, provide some sort of education and resources, and then unite the community on the topics. How do we do this? So we went ahead and discussed ways of structuring groups so people could talk about different things and brainstorm ideas. The landing page, and that, I'm gonna pass that on to Lindsay because she's the one that created it.
Can you have them click on the link that's on there, please? I don't know how to do that from here.
So in the meantime, that's like a sample landing page that we made. Lindsay made.
So one of the recommendations is to create a website within the town website. And I created this. It's just, kind of a draft on what it would look like and what we would want to include. If we can scroll down. So I put in the logo. Obviously, we wanted to stay in tune with the Growing Beautifully of Miami Lakes. Just a little bit lower. No, the other way, sorry. Up. Positive mental health can make life beautiful. So we would try to incorporate Miami Lakes into mental health and what we're trying to accomplish. And so we just wanted to have some education, some resources, some information for the community. So should there be the issue that they want to have information on mental health, they can come to this website. And now we can go towards the bottom. And we kind of broke it down into different categories. And of course, to try to break down and make it as easy and as accessible depending on who am I. If I'm a child, if I'm a caretaker, if I'm a veteran, I can go directly to that box, click on there, and that should direct me to a page where I can have all the resources in a PDF of numbers, or 211, NAMI, whatever is all the support that's out there, and they can print that page if necessary, they can share it, and that should be the goal, to provide the resources. That's pretty much everything on the landing page. So we can go back. not doing anything. Okay, there you go. You want to continue?
These were sample banners that we had suggested putting up, just like the seniors and the veterans and all of that. And we did have a sponsor that was willing to go ahead, and I think they signed a promise letter, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just little things that will remind you to think about your mental health and stimulate that for our community. We don't have the flyer, but we made a little flyer kind of like, it has, like, what is your issue, what's going on, what can you do?
It has the same information that's on the website for those individuals that don't have access to the website. A lot of elderly and senior community don't have the accessibility or the iPad or the whatever. So then this flyer we can actually bring out to the community, to all of our establishments, whoever wants to participate, and share this information.
And how to identify certain issues, what are mental health issues, and so forth.
The flyer, we have a picture up there.
Bless you.
It's actually also a reference to the website that we created, so they could see it on the flyer, and if they have accessibility, they can also find out what the website and where to get more information.
And then another one of our recommendations was to actually create a mental health committee in order to go ahead and execute the recommendations that we submitted. And thank you very much. And this is everyone. We're only missing one person. Ariana wasn't able to make it. This is everyone else.
So first, I wanted to thank you guys, but specifically, I wanted to thank Vice Mayor Collazo, because when the discussion started happening during COVID, and we saw many people asking for help, I'll never forget, he came up to me at one of the Facebook Lives we'll do with the manager and everybody, and he said, you know, Mayor, I think it's important that we talk about mental health. That what people are going through out there is unbelievable. And I'll never forget the first one when he started talking, and he invited, I think every single one of you guys participated and gave back. And to see people to say, hey, I need help. How do I contact you? Even if it was multiple people, but even if it was one person, how powerful that was. And Lewis would tell me, he goes, Manny, we got to break that stigma. You don't understand the stigma that exists, and it's helped me, because now a lot of times when I realize somebody's going through something, you know what I mean? You kind of go a little above and beyond. You want to show them some love, you know, hug them, you know. But I wanted to thank the Vice Mayor really for starting that discussion here in our community. And look where it's led. It's led to incredible folks coming together, doing, I mean, just those banners alone are going to be amazing. And I know every single one of you guys, and this I'll never forget, Vice Mayor, either. I remember when people would ask, hey, I don't have any insurance. What do I do? You guys are like, forget about the insurance. We'll take care of you. Forget, and that was powerful.
I'm sure we're still doing it.
No, I know. But that was so powerful. So I really appreciate you guys. But I wanted to thank the Vice Mayor really for starting that discussion, because what it's led to is such an amazing, beautiful thing that we need more of, and continue breaking that stigma. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I, really want to thank you. You're all professionals, you're all busy, and you've all taken time to come up with this work product, and you've done it purely from your hearts. You've done it because what you do is not remunerated in money. It's remunerated to you in saving people's lives. And I think for those of us who are clinicians and go through that every single day, I think our satisfaction comes from helping others, right? And we do it because we're servants at heart. Whether you're a public servant or a mental health professional, you're doing it because you're serving others. And I see that servant's heart in each and every one of you that's standing up there today. With that being said, the recommendations that you came back with, I think I'll be proud to support in my community. I'm proud to serve in a community where mental health does matter, right? Where we're making inroads every single day to break the stigma, whether it's with the mentally ill or individuals with special needs. I believe in this community is light years ahead of other places, and I believe that's attributed to the leadership here, but really the sense of community we have. Each and every day I'm in awe and proud to call myself a Miami Laker. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to adopt some of the recommendations. I see that they're budget neutral because you're bringing in sponsorships, and I appreciate that. I've already been contacted by other organizations, which I've shared with the chair of the committee, that's willing to continue to fund the ongoing work. So as far as a cost to the residents of the town, this committee will not bear any additional cost, and it would be through the kind hearts of corporations that are going to continue to fund the work that you guys are doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll second that. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Rosie. Franklin Covey talks about the 7 habits of highly effective people, and one of the habits is thinking with the end in mind. So I think this is an amazing start, right? Initiatives, resources, a landing page, somewhere where individuals can go, having print-rich material. I was having a conversation with the manager this morning about having, from a communication standpoint, that we need to also have things through social media, websites, but also do a job of giving, pamphlets and handouts and so forth. So, you're hitting everyone like that. But going back to what I was saying, maybe just a discussion for the team, thinking with the end in mind, which is one of the 7 habits. If I'm not mistaken, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. So maybe the landing page, the resources, thinking maybe May 2022, we can do some special initiatives to kind of commemorate the month and raise mental health awareness. And then you have May to work, from May to work backwards with your team. And if you want to collaborate and work, I have an excellent trust counselor that I work with at a school that has put a lot of soft skills back in place. We made it a point to deposit in each student's social, emotional bank due to this pandemic. And I would love to partner with you guys and maybe discuss bringing something like this a month where we really make it aside from what you're doing. What you're doing is great, but maybe something that we can plan a bunch of different initiatives that specific month. Maybe the banners go up that month. We can just brainstorm together and just reach out to me and let me know when you guys meet, and I'd love to partner with you guys.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Any further discussion, council? Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Great job. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you very, very much. We are on to the introduction of Ms. Annalie Padron, our CIP manager.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Carlos Acosta, Public Works Director. I want to introduce to you Ms. Anna Padron. She's working now with Public Works Department. She is the new Capital Improvement Project Manager. Anna came from us she used to work for HDR, which is a engineering consulting firm that is established here in Miami Lakes, doing drainage design. Prior to that, she's worked for many years with other firms doing drainage design. We're excited to have her here. She brings a wealth of experience. She's been doing drainage design for a very long time, for many years, so she was the right fit when we got all these bond projects and all these stormwater projects. When we were thinking about bringing the next capital improvement project manager, that's the skill set that we wanted. She's been with us since June, and since June she's been doing a very excellent job so far in advancing our program. So with that,
thank you, Carlos. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be part of the team, and I'm looking forward for all the challenges that we have in Miami Lakes or all the drainage. Thank you.
So welcome Anna to the team, and I met Anna at a local restaurant, and let me tell you, everybody in the table, they were like, hey, Mayor, you got to come over. She is amazing. I mean, so the amount of folks in our community already that speak so highly of you and trust you and know that you're going to do a good job, they really said amazing, well, you were there, they said amazing things about you. So welcome to the team, and we look forward to your work product. I think we have 2 of your items coming up very soon on here, so.
Excellent. Thank you.
We are on to Ms. Pastora, Committees and Special Events Coordinator.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Claricel de Cárdenas, Communications and Community Affairs Director. I'm happy to introduce two new members of the department at tonight's meeting. Victoria Vega, Marketing and Digital Services Specialist. Victoria is a recent graduate of Syracuse University, where she received numerous accolades. She is currently pursuing a master's degree in professional science in urban sustainability and resilience. Before joining the town, she conducted research on urban tree canopy restoration and mangrove planting and their potential for carbon offsetting. Victoria volunteers her time to the national nonprofit Lambda Theta Alpha Foundation and currently serves as their Director of Humanitarian Relief. Ms. Ail Pastora, Committees and Special Events Coordinator. Ail is a proud graduate of Florida International University and holds a bachelor's degree in hospitality management. She comes to the town from a prestigious local nonprofit organization where she developed skills working with committees and planning large-scale events. In her free time, Ail volunteers at a local garden. Both Victoria and Ail call Miami Lakes home. Thank you.
Oh, welcome to the team.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm definitely a proud Miami Laker, born and raised. I attended Miami Lakes K-8 Center and was blessed to be able to move on to a magnet program in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, Design and Architecture Senior High School. And I'm definitely happy to be back and serving my community, so thank you.
Thank you all for the warm welcome. I've had the pleasure of meeting a few of the committee members, and we're off to a great start, so I'm looking forward to it.
No, welcome to the team, and I've had the chance to meet both you at events and upstairs, and the amount of energy, positive energy that they brought right off the bat, I was like, whoa, you know, this is amazing. So I'm looking forward to working together as a team, and welcome to the Miami Lakes family, and you have a great person there to learn from in Clarasol every single day, so welcome, guys.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and definitely not first, but definitely not last. We also have Ernesto Soto. Ernesto Soto is going to be our next programs coordinator, focusing on our senior programs. Ernie, as we like to call him, comes from the city of Hialeah. We were able to steal him 25 years as a public servant working for them throughout all of their recreational programming and through their department. Ernie actually was one of the main proponents of their EPI program, which is an early prevention and intervention program that was instituted in the city of Hialeah that actually refocused itself not just to preventative, but also looked at developing internships. Ernie has a wealth of knowledge and a kind heart when it comes to serving his communities. That much is evident in all of his work and my short time knowing him. But Ernie's actually been with us since the onset of COVID. We stole him during that COVID time. So we're glad and proud to have Ernie. And with that, welcome, Ernie.
Also a Miami Laker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I look forward to serving the community. Right before given this opportunity, I was a Youth Activities Task Force member along with Councilman Tony Fernandez. So I look to make some progressions here in Miami Lakes and give the community what it deserves. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Ernie, and welcome to the team. Ernie is a huge coup that we got him. He's an amazing addition to our team. It's similar to like when the Heat just picked up PJ Tucker. We took him away from the Bucks, but now he's going to start. He's a starting power forward for the Heat. You know what I mean? But no, Ernie, we're looking forward for you working on the team. But more importantly, I wanted to add this: when I grew up in the parks in Hialeah, Ernie was one of the folks that really worked hard every day to really keep kids out of trouble. And I was one of those kids, and I played in all those sports that you organized. So I'm really, really happy that you're joining our team with 25 years of experience in such a large system. So welcome, Ernie.
Thank you.
We're on to the consent calendar. There's two items that I pulled, item 10B and item 10C. And these are items, I just wanted to ask a question on the record that I think are important. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you want to answer this or if Carlos wants to answer this, our director. Time frame. Time frame is something that's important to me, setting that bar high and, you know, just kind of keeping that accountability. To me, it's really important.
Yeah, and these issuances of these work orders goes in line with the calendar, the schedule, the timeline that Public Works put together. And if you remember, even before we sold the bonds, we already had work orders before you to approve, subject to the sale of the bonds. So we are already, we took the message that you guys gave us to heart. We know that the sooner the better, as soon as we can get a shovel in the ground. And Public Works has done an extraordinary job, especially with the new addition, Anna, helping us get there. So that's what we're 100%. We're still online. The calendar that was presented to you, I think a meeting or two ago, is still on target, and we're pushing and moving. And now, on top of the bond program projects, soon you'll have before you will start to get the projects that are be funded through the American Rescue Plan.
Got it, thank you. I just always want, especially these projects, and I know specifically the 4 council members that took that major risk and just saying, hey, you know what, let's move forward on this. I think for them it's really important to continue hearing that these things are moving fast in an expedition fashion and that the groundbreaking happens sooner rather than later. So I just want to make a motion to approve item 10B and item 10C.
I'll second.
Any discussion, council? 10B, that's an item I pulled. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the consent calendar. Any motions on the consent calendar?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances in first reading. Item 11A, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance granting to Florida Power and Light Company, its successors and assigns, an electric franchise, imposing provisions and conditions relating thereto, providing for monthly payments to the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, this is a follow-up to the first reading of the budget. If you remember, this item was actually on the first budget hearings agenda. This, at the direction of this council, I think the item was proposed by Council Member Tony Fernandez, and this council passed it, was for us to bring back the first version of the budget, having the franchise fee increased to 6%. So you had that in the budget hearing. What you have before you is the accompanying legislation, which would be to actually make the change. It's a ordinance, so you'd have to approve it in some form or fashion, or obviously reject it, but hopefully pass it in some form today, and then you'll see the second reading of it at the second budget hearing. So I know that it was an initiative of Councilmember Fernandez, so I don't want to steal his thunder, but that's the essence of the item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. All those, this is not a public hearing. We've always afforded everybody the opportunity to speak on any item. And Meita, you're welcome.
Thank you. And you know, this is my favorite subject. And we're back to the same issue. This is an immoral way of getting funds from the residents. It's immoral because you're calling it wasn't technically your doing, but you inherited this from the county, and you could very well have done away with this thing. This is obnoxious. You need the money, and according to the, now we're back to math. If 3% franchise fee generates, according to your budget, 1.2 million, 6% would generate 2.4 million, not another 900,000. It would generate another 1.2 million. But now you need 900,000, according to the town manager. This is what that's going to generate, the 6% and an additional 900. And it's for street repair, street lighting, tree trimming, tree removal. All of this stuff is from your general fund. You need money for this stuff, you get it out of my ad valorem. That's where you hit me, in my millage. You tell me to my face, we need the money, we don't have money to fix the streets, and I more than likely will approve it. Why? Because you're telling me, you're being truthful. Calling it a franchise fee, hiding behind FPL, because now everybody that sees their bill, look at that, FPL. And by the way, in my FPL bill went up $20 additional. So I don't know what the 6% would do. I don't want this 6%. I don't want the 3%. I don't want a franchise fee. You're lying to the residents. Tell them what the money's for. Tell them you take it out of my pocket. It's for the streets. We all travel the street. All the businesses are out there. Don't hit the businesses. Everybody uses electricity. You're hiding behind FPL. This is your tax. This is your doing. And you're hiding behind a stupid franchise fee. Give it to me in my ad valorem. That's where you should give it to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita. Claudia, welcome.
Okay. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Of course, I agree with Mirta Mendez. Okay, we talk about transparency and accountability. The money is needed. You know what? Tell the residents that it is. Okay? This is precisely why when you guys are sitting here considering a $28 million project, and now we're considering raising taxes on the residents, well, yeah, during these times, okay? We have bonds, and I know that while you guys are not responsible for the passing of county bonds and everything else, the fact of the matter is it does affect people's income. But if you need the money, I agree with Mita. Don't hide behind the FPNL franchise fee. Just raise the taxes. Is it, you know, politically advisable to do that because somebody may run for office later on and you may be accused of raising taxes? Yeah. Stand behind it, though. We need sidewalks, right? We need our light fixtures fixed. We need roads taken care of. These are the things that we should be focusing on. Again, why it is that I am so concerned with the sports complex. We need roads, we need infrastructure. Sports complex is not that. A franchise fee should be disclosed honestly and in a transparent manner to the residents, not through a franchise fee. Raise the millage if that's what you guys need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? See none. Public hearing is closed. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So after the last budget workshop, Mayor, I believe it was you kind of sparked this idea of coming back before the council with a list of projects. Specifically, what you have before you is sidewalks and pavement, and we kind of stopped there because we way went over the amount of money that we would be looking at, right? So what you have listed before you is a list of individual projects, and then what I went ahead and calculated on the column on the right is the specific impact, the specific percentage that would need to be raised on the franchise fee to pay for that particular improvement. So I do understand it was kind of submitted a little bit late today. So I'm sure some of you want to take a little bit more time to ingest it. I will answer Mita's point because I like numbers that add up, right? And obviously there's a discrepancy in the math there, and it's something that we did discuss before. So there's a lag time. If we were to go ahead and pass this ordinance, there's a lag time in the FPL franchise agreement, so FPL wouldn't start collecting the higher rate right away. There would be about a 3-month lag time, so it's only projecting 3/4 of the increase. And I too used that projection of only 3/4 of the year worth of franchise fee in this estimate. So if you see before you the total in sidewalk improvements needed would be 0.44% of an increase to the franchise fee, and the total in paving projects that are outstanding would be 6.16. Obviously, the maximum is 6%, and it's already at 3%. So the maximum that we would be able to consider for this year would be a 3% increase. So I think what this document shows you is we have enough projects that are identified and ready to go, both for this year, next year, and creeping into the following year, right? So the need for sidewalk improvements and pavement improvements is there. I think what I would kind of suggest to my colleagues is taking this list back and at your choosing, prioritizing which projects you would like to see come first, or depending on what your particular appetite for looking at this fee is. So that's kind of my guidance. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Tony, Councilman Fernandez, the question for you, there's a lot. You have Gage Place, Hutchinson, Turnbull, Simmons, Moultrie, Penn, Dunford, Haldeman, Lake Geneva, Lake June, Lake Crescent, Lake Champlain, Lake Claire, Lake Success, Lake Patricia, Lake George, Lake Lourdes, Lake Charles, Lake Como, Lake Blue, Lake Saranac, Lake Placid, Crooked Palm, Harris Place, Aberdeen, Glen Eagle on various places, West Prestwick, South Prestwick, Berwick, Dornoch, West Troon, Balgowan, Ardoch, Breckness Place, Glen Cairn Lane. So this list, if we were to vote for just say the franchise fee this year, if we'd be able to do all this pavement, all these roads?
No, absolutely not. We wouldn't. If we were to, so the list that you have before you, the total's about $1.9 million. So we would have to choose, even if you were to do the maximum 3% increase, you would only be able to do roughly half the list.
And I do have a question through the manager to our Public Works Director.
And while he comes up, if I may, Mayor, because I forgot to mention something. One thing that when Carlos and I met and went over the list of projects, one thing that we talked about excluding from this list, and they're not before you now, is any streets that are getting drainage improvements, that are getting repaved as part of that drainage improvement. Those have been removed from this list.
Director Acosta, so half of this list for pavements is 27 roads in our town. So just say the council were to give you this money through your budget, how fast can you could deliver on 27 roads in one fiscal year? Because that's a lot of roads. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a lot of roads, Mr. Mayor, and we currently have contractors that do paving under contract, so they're part of our annual. They mostly do sidewalks, but we have contracts with them, and they can do roadway milling and resurfacing. They do look a lot of roads, but I want to make a clarification: is that not all those roads are going to be paved completely. This is not full road, full width. These are spot repairs that need to be done on these streets throughout the town. So by no means you're going to see that full street being paved, because that will certainly be more than the cost that is reflected there. So these are just spot repairs to address deficiencies around town, and like Councilmember Fernandez said, that do not have currently projects in.
Yes. So this is milling and resurfacing.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Mayor, if you see the list that's before you, the actual totals are, instead of at the bottom, at the end of the list, is at the top of the list. So all of the pavement projects total $1.8 million. So if we did nothing else other than just pavement, it would take us 2 years to fund and accomplish these projects. Obviously, year two, it wouldn't be 900,000. We estimate that year two would be 1.2. So it'd be a little quicker than that, and we can probably put in the sidewalk. But then obviously, we wouldn't be able to use the money for any light repairs or tree planting and those things. But that's the priority. Those are the items that this money can be used for. But obviously, the priorities would be dictated by this council.
Council discussion on this.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe there's been a second.
Is there a motion on the table, Councilman Fernandez? And let's do that for every item, Councilman Dieguez. Is there a motion on the table?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance as presented.
I'll second for discussion.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mayor, I'll start it off.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
All right, so I think this is something that we've kicked around a couple times already. In my opinion, when you're looking at this from an infrastructure perspective, it differs from the ad valorem tax increase in the sense that you are obtaining, these funds are being paid by a different pot of people. Not everyone pays real estate taxes. Businesses that rent, they do not pay their real estate taxes. They're paid by their landlord. Renters, they also pay FPL franchise. They pay FPL fees, but they do not pay real estate taxes. So these people who rent and these businesses that rent, they get a benefit of the infrastructure in the town. And this is a separate means of obtaining funds that are necessary to make required improvements throughout this community. So that's my take on the difference between real estate taxes and FPL franchise fees.
Any further discussion? Council, seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do have a meeting with our, just appointed personal privilege, with our, hopefully with our CEO, our budget director, our manager, and our deputy manager. Hopefully tomorrow I have an idea on how I think we can capitalize on some of our current funds to get some of the stuff done sooner rather than later. Just want to put that on the record. All right, we're on to the next item, which is item 12.
13.
No, there's
13A.
13A. State legislative priorities.
A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, setting forth legislative priorities for fiscal year 2022-2023, authorizing town manager or his designee to pursue funding for legislative priorities, authorizing town clerk to remit a copy of this resolution to town lobbyists, the Southern Group, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Manager.
Yep, these are the items, if you remember, probably about 2 months back, I put out and gave you some information about some conversations that I had with our state lobbyist. He brought to me the priorities as the information that he has, that the priorities in Tallahassee are going to be. So what you have before you is his recommendation and our prioritization of projects. So you have 4 drainage projects. So what we did with all the different elements, we took the top priority drainage projects and we funded them through the bond program. We took the next list of priorities for drainage and we funded them through the ARPA. And now we're going past those projects and now we're into the next level of priority in the master list of projects. So you have 4 drainage projects here. And also the lobbyist recommended that we stay in that $500,000 range. He also recommended that we can explore and ask for road projects. He said that the road projects have to be either on state roads or have some connection to a state road. So we don't have that many state roads in the town, so we're a little limited in there. So what we did do, there was a project on our plan for the extension of the double left-hand turn lane to get onto southbound Palmetto. So it's westbound Miami Lakes Drive to southbound Palmetto to extend that double turn lane to a single lane that would go under the Palmetto. And that would be able to allow more cars to corral in there that wouldn't block the exit for the cars exiting from northbound Palmetto onto westbound Miami Lakes Drive. So that project is estimated to be in the $400,000 range. We also have an item on here for appropriations request for funding of the build-out of the senior center. And then we also have one policy issue which is an item that was on last year's list also, which was an opt-out provision from the Florida retirement system. And those are the items that are before you for your adoption or your consideration and adoption. And if you adopt them, then we'll prepare the forms and get them to our local legislators so they can consider sponsoring them.
I'd like to move the recommendations.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Alvarez and Vice Mayor.
I wanted to make an amendment to the appropriations list. As you all are aware, a few months ago we brought up an item where we gave direction to Jeremy to look into a bike path within Picnic Park West. Jeremy and Tony worked together and did a due diligence and have pricing on that. And I wanted to see if the council would consider adding that item and diversifying our request, being that we already got the bonds for drainage, we got drainage appropriations as well last year, that we add the bike path and the bike trail, which it comes in at about $100,000, where it would be accessible for an all-inclusive Miami Lakes to promote wellness in our community, accessible to our youth, and also accessible to the senior center in the future, and also allow for another area aside from the walk path where our youth and our adults and seniors can have access to use the bike path trail in Picnic Park West. So my amendment is to add to the state legislative priorities the bike trail in Picnic Park West.
I'll second that. Discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilman Alvarez, I respect the spirit of the item, but I want to share with you my personal conversation with Representative Fabricio over dinner not too long ago, about a month ago, actually, before Mr. Peterman was going to be presenting the legislative priorities. I asked him point blank what he thought would be the items we would most likely to be able to get accomplished from the legislature. His blunt response to me was drainage. I hear you. What that tells me is that the senior center build-out itself may be kind of a far reach. But based on his recommendation, just what he told me over dinner, I just can't support it because I think that was his way of saying anything else is not even going to get looked at least not until we continue seeing him and Representative Rizzo continue on their path in the legislature, and building even more clout, and also just being able to find an angle to get their colleagues on board, which it sounds to me from my talk with him that there wasn't much of an appetite so far for his colleagues that are more senior than him to really push for anything that's not drainage or specifically infrastructure related. That's the only reason why I will be down on this amendment, but just with that knowledge. But again, I respect the item and the spirit from which it comes from, which is, let's find other ways to pay for these things that don't fall back on our taxpayers, at least not directly, right? Because it's still their money at the end of the day. But just wanted to put that in the record so you understand, why I would be down, and it's nothing against the item itself.
Thank you, Councilman Diegues. Councilman, Vice Mayor Coelho.
Thank you, Mayor. Always trying to bridge the intent and trying to, what'd you say, solution-focused or goal-oriented, right? And we see what you're trying to do, right? But maybe the state appropriation request is not the right path. This morning's Herald had a beautiful write-up on, I think his name is Louise Klecki, the new transportation director for Miami-Dade County. And he's a bike guy. He's all about bike trails. He's all about installing bike trails and making sure that bikeability is the primary concern. So maybe not on the state budget, but definitely advocating on the county side. That might be an opportunity with that focus at the end of the road, so to speak. So I think that's maybe where maybe our energies can be better spent rather than on the state dollars. Maybe see if we can partner somehow. We have a great reputation with the county. We have a great reputation being one of the most bikeable cities. We're getting awards, and I think that might be a funding opportunity if it merits exploration.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just wanted to say, Councilman Alvarez, the reason I'm in favor of it, I think a lot of times we limit ourselves to what we think our legislators can or can't do. I mean, I remember one year we were told, don't file a senior center appropriation. And then Miami Springs and Sweetwater, smaller cities, both get their senior centers fully funded. The reason I'm in favor of this is maybe it doesn't make the budget, but it sparks a discussion. I know in Tallahassee that the DEP has an office of greenways and trails, and they have grants. So, you know, now when we go to Tallahassee, that's one of the meetings we're going to set up, and we're going to go meet with the director of the Office of Greenways and Trails in Florida. We'll talk about the grant program. So I think in that term, it might not make the state budget, but at least we have that conversation with some of those stakeholders. But I think sometimes we got to push our elected officials. You'd be surprised when you put that bar high or you expand people's horizon, how well they can perform. But yeah, I'll never forget that year that we were told not to do a senior center, then everybody else got it funded, you know, smaller cities. But I trust our folks up in Tallahassee, but I think also having these discussions is fruitful, you know, because that's going to be one of the meetings I'm going to request with the Office of Greenways and Trails in Tallahassee. We've done it before. I remember we met with the senior center, we met with the director of Elder Affairs. I remember we met with the folks at the Agency for Peoples with Disability. Even though we didn't get certain things funded, I think those discussions and at least having our lobbyists work on some of these things, interagency, maybe not directly in the budget, is definitely well worth at least the exploration. Look, we pay them, they're on retainer. The more things that they can work on, in terms of what, especially when session's even out, I think it's even better. So I'm in favor of it. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The amendment to the motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back onto the main motion as amended. Are there any further questions on the main motion, on Resolution 13A, Council? Seeing none?
I do
Yes.
have a
Vice
it's
Mayor
not-
Collazo.
yeah, thank you. I am going to be bringing this item back. I do have another item on this agenda where we look at alternative funding sources, bringing in as much revenue as possible from different ancillary funding streams, whether it be the county or the state, in particular to mitigate the price tag on Optimus Park. So just letting you guys know that I will be bringing this item back and probably making some, right on the heels of the mayor's remarks, right? Doesn't hurt to ask. Right, and I think that's an opportunity wasted, and that's frankly why I supported your item, Mr. Alvarez, because I think it's important to make the ask at every opportunity, but don't let that opportunity on the county side go to waste either. So while we're making the state on the state side, I think you have to ask from multiple approaches, and that's really why I'm going to be bringing this item back along with some other alternative funding sources for Optimus Park. So just wanted to put that in front of you guys.
Got it. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further discussion on the main motion as amended? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on Resolution 13A.
Resolution 13A. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Resolution 13A passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to Resolution 13B. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, authorizing the manager to take necessary steps in order to prepare a general bond question for the November 2022 election date, providing for expenditure of budgeted funds, providing for instructions to town manager, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager.
Yep, this is, as I stated to you at the conclusion of the MLOP workshop, there's going to be multiple legislative milestones that you're going to have to consider as we move towards this potential bond sale in November of 22. So what we have before you is, to me, at the end of the workshop, I believe that I saw enough heads that we wanted to get something going, and that's what you have before you. What this does, this is not a final anything. All this is direction from the council to us to get started, go to work, start working towards a bond issuance in November of '22. And giving us authorization to spend up to $100,000. That will be for any financial advisor expenses, for voter education expenses, all of those items that are going to be expenses to get us to Election Day. So what we're doing, if you remember, with the dollars at the workshop, we told you that what we did was take the original estimates, which I think were either 2018 or 2019 numbers, and then we applied an inflationary factor to get us to when we think construction may be ready to go, which would be at the beginning somewhere near the beginning of '23. So what we are doing now with our design team is we're going back and getting a much more accurate OPC and wiping out the 2018 numbers, leaving the elements and trying to get a more exact number based on where we think the construction numbers are going to be. That's why the number of 28 is a flexible number. It is an up to number. When we get to the point and we're, at some point, if the voters give us authorization, if we get ready to sell bonds sometime after November of '22, and we've gotten partnerships, let's say from the school board, let's say from the state, we've gotten other funding opportunities, the number actually comes in at a different number. By then, we'll have a final number, just because this council at some point will give us final authorization to sell X number of bonds does not mean that we have to sell X number of bonds. We'll sell the number of bonds that we need to complete the project, right? With obviously a ceiling, So that's why you have an up to number here. This is not an exact number. This is a number just to get us working towards that goal of being able to go to market sometime after November 22 if the voters give us that authority.
Got any motion on the table to start the discussion?
Motion.
Second.
And with every single item, we have an opportunity to be heard. Ms. Mirta Mendez, welcome.
Bertha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Eagle Drive. The proposal by the town manager is a blank check. Call it whatever you want. You're giving him a blank check, up to 28 million. I was under the impression that you were gonna get a presentation, which was wonderful. If you want this, you want this, you want this, this is how much it costs along the way. I never heard discussion of the council members as to, I want this particular thing, and I want this thing, and how much will my park look like. There was no your park. I don't know if you're in favor of the multi-purpose building. I don't know if you're in favor of making all the fields face outwards. I don't know if you're in favor of the balls hitting 67th Avenue because there's no fencing. I don't know, because you never talked about the specific items that make the park. So to me, you left me hanging. I wasn't getting what I needed. And now, all of a sudden, it was 5 million, it was 18 million, 26 million, and then you see a piece of paper, 28 million. What is it gonna be tomorrow? 55 million? When is it gonna stop? What happens if the people say no to you in November next year? All of this for nothing. Back in 2004, here's a history lesson for you people. Another council member put up a ballot. It was a non-binding ballot in a March election for $12 million to invest in the parks. What happened? It went down in flames. In flames. 1,000 something against and 300 for. Again, these elections were held in not election years and not in November. These elections were when the town had the elections in October. But anyway, it went down in flames. Instead of you, yes, there's things to be done in that park. Why don't you ask the people first before you do this? This is unheard of to me. Why don't you get a feel? Why don't you put it out there? Let me know what you feel so I don't waste my time, I don't waste my money, I don't waste all of our assets in one pot. 28 million is absolutely unforgivable. I don't know how you can sit there and think that this is okay. I really don't.
Thank you, Mita. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? See none, going once, going twice. Public comments is closed for Resolution 13B. We had a motion and a second. Any further discussion, Council?
Yes.
Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair to the manager, Javier Le Soto was asking me if we've looked into the ability to use HEERF funds. Do you know what this stands for?
No, but this is the same thing that I spoke to some of your colleagues about in the briefing, especially the vice mayor when he talked about, seeking these partnerships and everything. We are going to do that, right? But this is, when in the series or the sequence of events, it's really early for us to do that. At the end of the day, what we're going to finally seek from you is this is kind of the kickoff legislation, and then once we get started, we'll start working towards that end goal of November of 22 to ask for voter approval. In the process, between now and then, we will start leaving no stone unturned. We will seek private partnerships. We will seek private funding or public funding from other public entities, whether it be the state or the school board. We're going to search for maybe naming rights. We're going to do any and all due diligence to find a way to offset the impact to voters of this redevelopment. But if we are unsuccessful in all those things, and we hope to be successful on some of those things, they may not all pan out, but we're going to hopefully be successful on some of those partnerships and some of those joint funding opportunities. If we are not, what we're going to seek from this council is the authority to fully fund this entire project with our bond program. So that's why the amount at this stage of the game, the amount needs to be the total for the project, and now we'll start working, and that's why the numbers aren't exact yet, right? As we start working towards that more exact number and getting closer to the sale of the bonds, we will seek those joint opportunities or joint funding opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And first, for the record, that acronym stands for Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. He just sent me the link, and I'll be happy to forward that to you. So my question's now turning to the particular item that we're considering now, but also with the related items that we are taking up out of turn with it. Does us voting yes on this particular proposal wed us to bonding out up to $28 million?
Not yet. There's going to be, and like I said, this is just a baby step. This is just the very first step legislatively that you're going to have multiple opportunities at some point down the road. When we talk about the bond, you're going to, I don't want to speak for the attorney's office, but you're going to eventually, talk about the bond question. All of those are going to be opportunities for you to fine tune this before we get to the final authority to go to the voters and ask for approval of the sale of the bonds.
And on that note, Councilmember Alvarez's item, which again is being taken up virtually in conjunction with this one, is asking us to make a decision tonight as to which option we want to go with. Would that be an accurate statement, Councilman?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're, putting them together then, we're going to make a decision one way or the other on which design option. So maybe are we putting the cart before the horse? Should we pick the option first and then send the manager out to go do the due diligence based on that design?
And you may. And then maybe the option is, since this item is already on the table, maybe the answer is just to amend it to adopt option 1, 2, 3, or 4. And now it'll be one item, it'll be this item, amended to say we're adopting or we're, choosing option 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then that way we move forward.
I mean, that would make the most sense to me. So, I'll leave it up to my colleagues as to how they want to approach it. But I do think that if we're going to be asked to make a decision tonight anyway, might as well do it now as part of this discussion and somebody make an amendment to give the manager clear instruction as to which direction we're going, because clearly I think we're going to be making a decision regardless. So so I'll leave it up to my colleagues to see as to how they want to proceed, but I just think we need to decide what's happening with this item, you know.
Obviously, the numbers in this item, they assume option 4, but it obviously would be better if the council as a whole gave direction and made a decision, and then we move forward. And even if you make that decision tonight and you say, okay, we're picking option 4, between now and November, so there's going to be other opportunities for this council to tweak that. So, like I said, there's multiple legislative milestones that you're going to have to consider. And that way we can get started working and we have a vision as to, where we're going.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I always feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. So a lot of these things don't make a lot of sense to me. I want to point out several things. $28 million is definitely not my number, but I don't think that that was taken into consideration at the workshop, right? Because the council, I thought at the workshop we were going to go through the 4 different options and we were going to pick and choose. I was going to have a menu of options that we were going to pick from, and we were kind of going to build the park that we wanted to see. But the majority of this council decided, I want it all. So I agree with the manager that what I took from that meeting was, we're not going to pick and choose from the menu. We're not going to give the residents an option to perhaps revamp the park at a moderate price. We're just going to ask for it all because we have an infinite amount of money, because we can just tax everybody to death and get whatever we want. So this is not my number, so I won't be voting for this one way or another. $100,000 to move forward, to expend up to $100,000 of budgeted funds to take necessary measures. $100,000, we did not pass the first reading of the 6% franchise fee, but $100,000 gets us tree trimming, tree removal, and tree planting. $100,000 gets us half of the sidewalks that we need repaired, $100,000 out of $177,000. $100,000 gets us half of the street lights that we need. $100,000 is a lot of money. And one of the reasons why I did not vote for the franchise fee is because we are also considering in this year's budget $100,000 to redo our website, about $70,000 for a park reservation system. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have turned into millions and millions and millions of dollars, and nobody up here flinches. And that's what the residents are upset about. And I know for a fact, I have no worry at all that the town of Miami Lakes, that the residents are going to vote for a $26 million park renovation, considering that we're in a pandemic, considering that not everybody can afford it, and considering that we need infrastructure improvements. So my opinion up here is usually not taken into account, but I'll put it on the record anyway. $28 million is not my number. Option number 4 is not my option. You guys can proceed accordingly, however you see fit, but I'm definitely going to be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Serrano. Anyone else wishing to speak on this, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've taken a play out of your playbook, Mr. Mayor. I have gotten out of my echo chamber. I have done everything that you have kind of guided us to do, right? I have stopped listening to the people who are for the park. They have a vested interest. I have listened to the people who always say no, because maybe they have a vested interest. And I just started going out to regular Miami Lakers. And I started walking them through our process and how we got here. And some of them, I would say 90% of them, know that we have to do something. They have all agreed that we have to do something. And they have all told me, please don't go the $26 million option. Do something a little bit more sensible. And that is my fear on voting on the $26 million option. That we're going to be setting up we're biting off more than we can chew, and we're going to be another 10 years without giving that park the restoration that it needs. And that's what weighs heavily. I want to fix that park. I'm one of those people out there that takes his kids to T-ball with Councilman Rodriguez. I know the improvements that are needed. Do they have to be $26 million? And that's the issue that I have. And it's a tightrope. It's you know, an education campaign. You know, I kind of giggled when I was on my meeting, you know. Some people might say it's propaganda. You know, the naysayers are going to say it's propaganda. The people who want the park are going to say it's an education campaign. It's on us to make sure that it's factual, right? And I think, Councilman Dieguez, you foreshadowed this brilliantly. You said, let's give everybody the facts. The reality is that what we're going to decide up here is going to be one question. The voters are going to make the decision on what happens. And I'm afraid if we go for everything, that it's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. And for another 10 years, that park is not going to get what it needs. So while I'm for the improvements in the park, I think the fields need the revamping I think they need to be inverted. And I was not a believer on the inversion. I was not a believer on the hub spoke design until I started going out there and playing on rainy days, and I know that park needs drainage improvements. But I'm also a believer and a realist, and I believe that $26 million is not an option that our residents are going to pay for. So I'm open to entertaining other options. If there's 4 votes here for the $28 million, my point is moot, and let's put this out to the voters in whatever way you guys want to move forward.
Any further discussion, council? Any further? Wait, let me give a second to everybody else that hasn't spoken.
Sure. Again,
we'll go back to rebuttal in a second.
Yeah, I was asking. Well, it wasn't a rebuttal because I asked questions first. I never really got a chance to debate, but I understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to you, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Everything that Vice Mayor Collazo said is accurate. We need the improvements. You know, I think we were on to something at the last meeting that could be a potential option, for lack of a better term, and that is to carry out 3 and 4 in 2 separate questions, where we have the renovation of the park under a specific question, and we have the gym under a specific question. And then that way, the residents who are in favor of the park but may not be in favor of the gym can vote, and the residents that are in favor of both can vote. And that way, you know, I don't think, from every discussion that I've had with the manager, that we have gotten to the step that you guys are talking about. The step where you go through the menu item, I don't think we've done that yet, right? Am I mistaken, Mr. Manager?
Well, some of that was meant for tonight, but you saw the menu of elements that were there. And again, this item tonight can be tweaked. So in other words, if you say, for all intents and purposes, we want option 3, but you know, as we start to look at it and it starts to fine tune, and then you look at it and you say, hey, we want to change the trees, add trees, use smaller trees, bigger trees, we want to move this side, all of those things are doable in the coming months. So we're not at that point of such specificity at this point. We're looking for the Parks Department put before you at the workshop those 4 options that essentially has the elements from the menu, right? And what for your consideration, you know, we don't have to do that tonight. This item tonight is a more kickoff type of an item, a general item to get us going, and as we move forward, then we can fine tune it, you know, item by item. Obviously, when the design team comes back with the revised OPC, what we plan to do is bring it before you, maybe in a workshop environment or even as an item here on a council meeting, and put it before you and say, okay, this is the new number. You know, are we still moving forward? Is there any change in course? You know, or we can look at the line-by-line specificity of each element, and then you can either deduct or add to it, whatever you want to do at that point. That's
Right.
why the number
I want to have that conversation, and I don't think we have. So I think maybe picking the final option that we're going with is a little premature. So I'm in agreement with my colleagues, but I want to present the best product we can present to the residents, okay? And so I think the initial item 13B is, well, like you said, the first step. As long as we're not pigeonholing ourselves to a specific design with specific figures, then I'm okay with that. But I don't think that this is the time yet, because I want to have that conversation of specific numbers for each option. Although, yes, at the workshop, I love option 4. It's fantastic.
Mr. Manager, if I may, Councilman Rodriguez.
sorry.
So, understand that what you decided to do a little while ago, just a little bit of parliamentary procedure here, is you combined item B with Councilman Alvarez's item. Councilman Alvarez's item was to pick the, one of the 4 selections. And you also had, I
Right.
believe.
But it was my
Councilman-
understanding that we're being combined for discussion, could still be taken as separate questions.
You can take them as separate questions. So
Right.
that's what I was going to
So-
say. You can, at
so
the time of
I-
voting,
that's-
separate them.
That's why I think we should take the question on 13B, which is the $100,000, which, Mr. Manager, comes from the Parks Fund, MLOP Park Fund.
Correct.
Okay, so we can't use those funds for tree trimming and different infrastructures that we desperately need.
Right, in that capital fund, there's monies that come from multiple sources. A lot of that money may be restricted for only certain reasons, so it has
No,
limited.
I understand. I
Yeah.
understand how it goes. So the $100,000 that we're using from MLOP will be specific for this, for MLOP. So I'm in favor of calling the question on 13B separately and apart from 14B and 14C.
Yeah, that's fine. That's, posture-wise, that's where we're at, because when you read the resolution, that's what was motioned for. Although they were combined, we never gave the sponsors individually a chance to talk about their aspects of their different items, like the Vice Mayor or Councilman Alvarez. So procedurally, we're on 13B. And then we'll get to, before we take, we'll give all the sponsors of those items an opportunity to speak and add anything else to the discussion. So we're on 13B, but I think it's important to take on 14B, 14C, and then there was a third one, which was 16G, E.
D, the monthly report.
Got it, 16D. So, and that one we can take, and we can ask staff to come up. But yeah, I'm fine on 13B, and we can take separate votes if you like. But on 13B, any further discussion on that?
I do have one point, and it's to an item that Councilman Rodriguez brought up, because the memo does say up to 28 million. Can we also put the lower range on that to make it clear that this is not binding us to the highest number? So from the lowest option to the highest option. I know that the language is pretty clear to us, but can we go from 5 million to 28 million?
Since we are so early on in the process, if I would be so bold as to provide a recommendation as an amendment, and if somebody believes it's worthwhile, if you turn to page 164 in your agenda, this section 2 of the therefore clauses, if you strike the dollar number, right? So if you see in the third to the last line where it says obligation bond question that will allow the town to finance, and then strike the dollar amounts, and just so that it'll read, allow the town to finance improvements for the Optimus Park redevelopment to be put before town residents on the 2022 election ballot. And that way, it removes the specificity of the dollar number. It just says improvements, and then at some point, under some other legislative action, you can decide which option, and I think that'll give everybody much more comfort, and it'll still allow us to get going and start the process for the research, the voter education, and the financial advice, and so forth.
Yes, Councilwoman Ferrano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a point of clarification, the $100,000 that are currently in the MLOP Park Fund, are those park impact fees?
Some of it. There's several $100,000. Well, there's money in there. There's some money that's kind of been already allocated towards, that is earmarked for the rest of the design and eventually producing construction documents. So all of that money, that contract, some of it has been paid, some of that work has already been done. That's why you've seen the renderings and so forth. Some of that is work still to be done. Some of it has come from general fund. Some of it has come from impact fees that has restrictions. So there's a combination, like I said a little while ago, there's a combination of monies in there, and so some of it has restrictions, some of it does not.
There's at least $100,000 that do not have restrictions?
I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no without
Right.
knowing. But I can.
Because these are monies that, and the mayor and I met months ago when we had our priorities meeting, what we wanted to accomplish, in the coming months or in the new year. And one of the things that we discussed was that we wanted to give the children a safe place to play. And we wanted to use the funds that were currently in that account, even if it wasn't millions of dollars, but we at least wanted to revamp the dugouts. We wanted to make some momentary improvements so that the kids that are there today, like young Collazo and young Rodriguez, could have a safe place to play. We've been trying to do that for months, and we haven't been able to accomplish that. But now we're going to take $100,000 of those dollars that we have not used to improve the park for the children, and we are going to spend it on necessary measures for this bond. I just feel like that's a waste of money. I don't even understand what necessary measures are. Why are we going to spend $100,000 that we have been safeguarding, that we haven't given to the kids in all of these years because we've just been leaving it there because it was park impact fees, because we couldn't use it for anything else?
Right.
I mean, we could have put this into the park years ago if we're just going to kind of, I mean, to me, it's a waste. It's a lot of money, $100,000.
I don't disagree with you, but if you remember from the recent sale of the stormwater bonds, there were what they call cost of issuance, COI, cost of issuance, and there were several things that were in there. Some of those things we won't have to spend until after the voters give us the approval, but some of those things we have to start doing in advance. There's some legal research that is, that our town attorney will work
Right.
with bond counsel
And
for that specific information, that specific niche that they have that expertise. We'll work with our financial advisor, because similar to what the presentation that she presented to you at the workshop,
Yes.
we want to
Yes.
make sure, we have an obligation to provide our residents with information. We cannot, as a town, we cannot advocate vote yes, vote no. We can,
Correct.
and we actually have an obligation to provide them information so that they have a much, much better understanding of what they are voting on.
And I completely agree with
Right.
you. I completely agree with you on that. But this does take me back to the comments that Mirta Mendez made, which is, what if the voters vote this down? And then now we don't have the bond, and we don't have the park, and we don't have the money. Now we can't even fix the dugouts because we spent $500,000 on design, and we're going to spend a little bit that we have left on education. And then what if we don't get the $28 million? Then the kids continue to play in the busted park with the busted dugouts. Like, this just doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm sorry to be so passionate about it, but it feels like we're going to throw everything away, and we're banking everything on this giant price tag that the residents might not have an appetite for. And then what? And then where do we get the money to fix the dugouts? And then how do we give the children anything? I'm just wondering if we are really putting the cart before the horse. We don't even know. We don't even have a straw ballot. We don't have an idea. We don't have a survey. We don't have anything that tells us that the residents are gonna vote for this $28 million project, yet we're going to spend $100,000 in necessary measures. I mean, just think about it. Before we vote on it, just think about it. And I just don't want to get caught later on with an empty bank account and then have to look at the Optimist Club and say, I'm sorry, we bet it all on $28 million and we lost. And we lost every penny. So I just think about it before we pass this. It might be better to wait to see if the residents have an appetite and then move on to these things. I don't have an answer, but I definitely feel like this is a waste.
Thank you, Councilman Serrano. Mayor, can we call a question? I haven't had a chance to speak, if you don't mind, but. Sure. So, I am gonna vote in favor of this, and I'll tell you why. Meeta had a great point. When is it going to stop, right? The reality is it's been many, many years, and we know if we don't take action now, cost is gonna keep increasing. And it's really never gonna happen. I mean, we know where it's at today. We knew where it was when I was in high school, right? I mean, the reality is it should have happened. The one thing that I think we failed at, and when I say we, it's all of us, and the reality is there might be only 3 people, or maybe 2 or 3 people in this room that have ever done one of these. We have to better explain what a land lease is, what a joint use agreement is. I know on Friday we got good news. We added an extra 10 years, so we're at 60 years of this agreement, which is huge. It takes it past the usefulness of any improvement that is made there. Any improvement after 60 years, you got to redo it again. I mean, a fact. So that's something that was really great. I know I was on the phone today with Lorenzo, enhancing what staff had worked on. There's a couple little questions. We're working with the district, and looks like it's going to happen. But I think we really have to do a better job of talking to people about what it is to literally lease 22 acres of prime real estate for free for 60 years. We're tying it up for 60 years. And I think a lot of times when I hear, but Mayor, we don't own it, or I saw it online, we don't own it, we don't own it. You're absolutely right. We don't necessarily own it, but we do. We own it for 60 years. But the reality is most Americans, most Miami Lakers have never done a land lease. So I think that's where Raul, you do these all the time. I mean, a 60-year deal for 22 acres for free, that is a pretty good deal. And I think, I don't know if you want to chime in, but.
Most buildings, I mean, it's basically regarded in the code, after 40 years, buildings are almost dangerous. Just so you know, I think this is either our second or third Optimus building there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Because I played in one before, so.
Yep.
For what it's worth.
The other thing, too, I really think we have to do a better job on is the P3 opportunities. We talk about it all the time. There's 3 right now on the table. There's 3 P3s opportunity on the table that would wipe out millions of dollars. There's a gymnasium that's on the table. Obviously, I forwarded a P3 training, statewide training to Lorenzo so he can share with staff, and maybe everybody kind of participates and we can ask some questions. But there's a gymnasium on the table, public-private partnership. Somebody said that they would build it. There's an airnasium on the table. Somebody said that they would build it. And then the third one is, I think they had sent it to Lorenzo. There's a gentleman that wants to build a soccer facility and pay for some of the improvements on the field and create a public-private partnership. So I think those, and along the lines with the vice mayor, those will definitely decrease some of that cost long-term. But the reality is we've never done a P3 of that magnitude, right? So our staff has to really get to that level. I know Tony did his thesis on it, but I mean, those are things we got to work on. But those 2 things, I am in favor of this. I know we're going to keep doing our due diligence. Meeta's right. You know, when is it going to stop? If we don't do it today, it's going to keep the cost of these improvements are going to keep increasing every single year. 60-year land lease, P3 opportunities. Those are things that we really have to do a better job of getting it done and educating people, because a land lease for 60 years is a prime real estate. The reality is the vast majority of us, in 60 years, I'll be 98 years old. So when this maybe I'm still around and maybe I'll get involved and help renegotiate it. But the reality is, think about everybody, it's in 60 years, where we all going to be. And these improvements in 60 years from now, looking back, they're going to say that was a tremendous deal, because we know the cost of construction keeps going up. But I'm in favor of it. I'm along the lines of Councilman Rodriguez. It's part of our due diligence, and there's still going to be a lot more conversations. Just wanted to add that to the discussion. 13B, if there's no further questions, we'll just call the roll on that. If you want to wait for the vice mayor, if not, did he leave?
Well, while he's out, I guess I'll take advantage to ask a follow-up question to my colleague, Councilwoman Morano's point with respect to the source of the 100,000. And that would be if you end up identifying that those are restricted funds, what is the backup source? Have you considered one?
No. That money can be used for what we're proposing.
Makes sense.
It goes
but, I mean, has it
I
been
was talking
pledged?
about that
Has it been pledged to other
Right, it can't be
aspects?
used for sidewalks or street repairs.
No. What I'm saying is, though, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the money, the 100,000, is coming from the MLP fund, correct? That
Capital fund.
Yes, and that this is a permitted use. That's not what I'm discussing. But I guess the issue is, that she was raising is that we've also earmarked part of it to improve these dugouts. Does that include the EAB money? Is that
Well, the
what am I missing?
EAB money accounts for 200 of it, and that's just, it wasn't earmarked for any specific thing. It was earmarked for improvements to Miami Lakes Optimus Park.
Right, improvements, not an education campaign. Improvements to the park, that's what it was earmarked for. So I don't think that those funds can be used for
But
this.
even the educational campaign and anything to get us there, it all goes towards an improvement, which is the eventual redevelopment of the park.
I don't interpret it that way, but,
Okay.
I mean, we can run it through the legal
Yeah.
department and see if.
Somebody smarter than me
what
would have to.
somebody smarter than both of us. Would you consider those, that the monies that were transferred to the MLOP fund from the development agreement that came from the EAB that were for park improvements, those funds can be used for this education campaign?
The idea is not the education campaign by itself. It's everything that goes into getting that bond question out, right? And the bond itself is for improvements to
Right,
the
but the
park.
bond question is not an improvement to the park, so I don't interpret it that way. To me, the bond question is not a park improvement.
I'd have to look at the language. I can't say as I disagree with you, but I'd have to look at the language.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that I could see how you'd be concerned.
I'm kind of detecting that there are more questions.
I'm sorry?
I'm sort of getting the vibe that there are more questions that still need to be addressed. And I guess my whole thing is, and I know that there are many colleagues that are want to see progress on this, and that's commendable, but we literally have even more than a year before this actually gets to the voters. So, I mean, I just don't feel the same sense of urgency that we have to pass this tonight. But it sounds like, I don't know, based on her commentary, it sounds like legal has to do some review. I don't know if maybe then, rather I'm going to propose an amendment then, which is just, that, in the event that the item passes, that it's first subject to a review by legal with the legal opinion as to its validity or invalidity, for the funds to be used for this purpose, prior to the expenditure of any funds.
There's no issues there.
And that the opinion has to come back favorable before you would expend the funds. So if it's approved, you're authorized to expend the funds subject to legal sign-off, basically. That would be my motion as an amendment to the main item.
I'll second his motion.
Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Back on the, any
No.
opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So on council members, a amendment to the motion, I'm going to do the roll call. Council member Alvarez.
Yes.
Council member Dieguez.
Yes.
Council member Fernandez.
No.
Council member Rodriguez.
No.
Council member Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The amendment to the motion passes.
We're back onto the main motion as amended. 13B, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on 13B.
Council member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Council member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council member Dieguez.
Yes.
Council member Alvarez.
Yes.
Council member Ruano.
No.
Council Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 13B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 14B, Councilman Alvarez. And then 14C, Vice Mayor Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. After hearing all the renovation options at the Miami Lakes Optimist Park Workshop, I would like my colleagues and myself to move forward in selecting what we feel is the best option for the voter bond approval. And those options are option 1, option 2, 3, or 4.
I'll second for discussion.
Any discussion? You seconded for discussion, so Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to that, and it's to eliminate 1 and 2.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the amendment to the main motion. Discussion on the main. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I've been consistent with my position intellectually, I think by my actions as far as my words. And one of the things I do value is when my colleagues make sure that we are all consistent here, right? If you're going to give a bifurcated option, why are we precluding the residents from choosing the other ones?
You want me to answer?
No, I'm just saying
okay.
Philosophically, we're giving them the option, right? We're giving them a choice. We're limiting them to 2 choices when actually we have a total of 4. So, while I appreciate the fact that we're trying to narrow it down to maybe the 2 better options in our estimation, that's why I don't necessarily agree with just limiting it to those 2. if we're going to pose a ballot question. You know, all of these improvements, how they were placed in front of us, were staggered. They were staggered on a level of hierarchy, a level of development, and a level of improvements that we can make. And just as you would structure the ballot question the same way, I think you can also structure the ballot question in a favorable way to review all of the options and educate them the same way. But I don't like just bifurcating it to two options, especially when we had all the options to choose from.
Vice Mayor, I don't want to speak for the town attorney, but I believe that at some point this council is going to have to pick one of the four options or some variant of one of the four options, and then that's going to be what's put before the voters, because I think the ballot question has to be a yes or no. So we can't have four on there and you pick A, B, C, or D. I believe that it's got to be one question with specificity, and then the voters would have the opportunity to vote yes or no.
Got it.
But I don't want to, he may have a different
I
opinion.
concur, and this is a conversation I've had with some of you, and we've also had it with our bond counsel, or who our previous bond counsel, who hopefully will be the bond counsel for this one. You can, on a question like that, you have to pose it as a yes or no. It's got a certain word limit as far as what the question can entail, and it's got to be clear. It's got to be done in a certain format. And so then the question is yes or no. You can have, other straw ballot questions in addition to it. And for this amount, would you like to see an airnasium, or would you like to see lights, or those type of things you can have with straw ballot questions. But as far as the bond question itself, it's got to be exact, and it's got to be yes or no.
Yeah, and maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse. Before we even get to the straw ballot question, right? This opportunity where people chime in and people weigh and give us feedback, right? We've done it through town hall forums. We've done it through a survey, right? Statistically methodology, right? A statistically valid methodology where we get feedback and we see where people are at, right? Can we instrument something like that? And it's going back to Councilwoman Morano's point, if we're going to go after this issue and we bite off more than we can chew, right? And we put only that 28 million option. I kind of agree with Councilman Rodriguez saying, put it where people can maybe build up to that if that's what they're comfortable with. But I'm afraid of the sticker shock. I'm afraid of going after the entirety, going after item number 4, and then what? Setting back the park another 10 years. So I'm open to any permutation of that, right? That gives the people the power to kind of vote where they're at. But if we can't do it, then we can't do it, And I am open to having more public dialogue to get that feedback, because again, I have done the exercise that the mayor has told us to do. Go outside of our kind of echo box, right? Go out of where we're usually getting the information from and try to poll individuals. And I just don't want to see the park set back another 10 years.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Wait, let me check if somebody else wants to chime in. Anyone? Councilman Alvarez. This is the amendment to the main motion. Councilman Alvarez, do you want to repeat Councilman Alvarez's
Yes.
main motion?
The main well, I have it here. Yes,
That's the
his
main.
motion was to move forward and to vote for option 1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment to the motion by Councilmember Rodriguez, which was seconded by Councilmember Alvarez, was to eliminate option 1 and 2.
That's where we're at right now.
So we first vote on the amendment by Councilmember Rodriguez.
Councilman Alvarez.
To the chair, to the manager. And Lorenzo, can we vote on the top 2 options? Kind of like similar to him, like instead of voting on one, or do you need one specific?
I think at this stage, and I think at this stage you're okay with saying, like Councilmember Rodriguez say, we're eliminating 1 and 2. From this point forward, we're only considering 3 and 4. Because really, they're essentially identical other than one element.
Right.
Which is an easy in or out. So I think that you're okay making that decision at this point and say, we're going to take 1 and 2 off the table. From this point forward, we're only going to consider 3 and 4. And then soon, I mean, at some point in the near future, then you make the final decision and say, we're going with number 4 or number three. And it could be after we get the final OPC, and as Councilmember Rodriguez, he may want to look at the individual elements and maybe tweak this, make minor tweaks to it, and then we can come up with a final version of what we're moving forward with.
All right. I mean, just to put it out there, we saw all of this, and we were, all of us that grew up in Parks and Rec, we're youth and are big supporters of this. The issue with option 2 is you have no parking. You're going to increase your track at the park, and then to the point that one resident said, we are going to have a traffic issue because we're not going to have enough sufficient parking to withstand that redevelopment of MLOP. So again, I know this is a big decision for all of us, but sometimes you can't be afraid, and we have the direction that we can give the manager and work with him and staff. I can simplify it, and I can say, I can make an amendment to my new business item, which will be for the council and the mayor to vote in support of moving forward with option 3 and 4. Or option 3 or 4. It's a yes and no. If it's yes, move forward, and you have direction to continue. And it's anywhere from 18 to 28. And if it gets shot down, then because option 2, you're gonna have.
My amendment essentially does that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I think we're covered with that.
So what we're discussing right now is exactly that, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with option 2 is that you are going to have a parking issue with the redevelopment of that, and then we're going to incur another issue. So,
On the amendment, thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mayor.
Councilman Rodriguez wants
Yeah, I
to
just wanted to address the point that the Vice Mayor brought up as to why I eliminated 1 and 2. Part of it is what Councilmember Alvarez said, but the other part is if we don't redesign that spoke design, in my opinion, we might as well not do anything to the park, right? Just lipstick on a pig and fix a dugout, and you're stuck with the same inefficient structure that we've lived through I haven't lived through, but people have lived through for 60 years. So 1 is off the table. 2, if you don't have the interior concession stand with the restrooms, you haven't addressed one of the major issues with the park renovation. So what it really boils down to me is it's either going to be some variant of 3 and 4. And I don't want to make that decision tonight. But I do want to make the decision it's not 1 and 2. It's 3 and 4, and we're going to work from there as a basis to address each of the points, look at the fencing, look at the trees, look at everything, design line by line, like we said we were going to do. Because I want to do that. So that's my position on this point.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I think that there's permutations of, and again, and I'm going to be supporting the item, and I'm going to be supporting putting this back in front of the voters. But I'm seriously concerned of nothing happening. And that's where I believe the rubber meets the road. Because if there's a will up here, this park can get done, right? And if there's a will here, right, and these are tough decisions, there's a way to get this done, right? But we're going to put it back in front of the voters. And as long as that price tag continues to be high, the feedback that I have gotten from not the advocates, not the naysayers, but the lay Miami Lakers are saying that the price tag is too high. So what I'm trying to do, and as you can see clearly by all the other items that I've put here, all the other items that I'm advocating for, is to bring that price tag down so it's as manageable as possible, and we have an opportunity to maybe address that part. But we can do that now. Nobody has the political will to do that now, but we can, right? We can. If we all pony up, we can get this park done, guaranteed. But nobody wants to talk about that because there's political ramifications to that.
Mayor, may I address one point?
You guys
The-
are having a great discussion. So
Yeah.
The floor is both of yours.
So, Vice Mayor, to that point, I think that that what we present to the residents, I'm all in favor of your items. Let's try to get that number down as far as possible. But we're working in a vacuum right now if we're forced to pigeonhole ourselves to an option. So what I don't want is, I don't want option 1 and I don't want option 2. But I'm willing to work on 3 and 4, cut it down as much as possible, P3s, sponsorships, alternative funding sources, county money, school board money, whatever it is that we can do to make it more palatable to the residents and increase the likelihood of success. That's what I want to do. Okay, so I think we're speaking the same language, but, so that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
If I may chime in, I haven't chimed in on
Yes,
on this issue. So, you know, I think my perspective's changed, you know, slightly. So I'd like to offer up an amendment to select option 3.
I'll go ahead and second that.
There's a motion and a second for option 3. Discussion.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that option.
May I ask you to enlighten me? Indulge me, please.
Among other things, for me, the multipurpose building, which is really the difference between 3 and 4, the multipurpose building is not. Everybody in the community has been waiting for a redevelopment to Optimus Park, fixing the fields, fixing the concessions, fixing the stands. Nobody's asked for a multipurpose building. Not one person from the multipurpose building is a want, right? And quite frankly, and call me scorned, but if we can't build sidewalks and we can't repave roads, then we can't have an $8 million multipurpose building. So that is really what changed my viewpoint. I'm all in favor, and you know, to taking option 3 to a vote, and you know, let's see what happens.
Mr. Mayor, as the second of the item, may I
Yes,
opine?
Councilman Diaz.
Thank you. And I think Councilman Fernandez took the words out of my mouth, which is that there is no urgency to do the multipurpose center, as nice as it would be to have that. The problem is that the only, like really up to option 3 is the only one that I can myself justify to the voters. It adds new parking. It addresses the irrigation issue. It addresses efficiency issues with the spaces. The multipurpose center, to me, while nice to have, is just something that's going to suck up so much of the oxygen in the room that's going to leave us penniless, basically, in the future when we have to pay for the Part 3, when we have to pay for the Bridge Park. If we're serious about making the Bridge Park happen, if we're serious about the Part 3 happening, how are we going to get the money? We're going to have to bond out again. And when I asked the representative from Hinojosa, I forget her name, Lourdes, when I asked Lourdes about, you know, our bonding capacity and how that could be affected, she basically gave me the answer I already knew, which is it's how much your voters are willing to pay for it. My concern is that we get into the $28 million option, basically, right? Yes, it may fluctuate and be lower, closer to the 26, maybe even 25, but, you know, let's assume the worst, right? Because I think the problem that we've been having is we've been estimating too low, right? I think we all saw the number go from 4.5 to now maybe upwards of 28. So I'm going to go with the higher number and fall on that. But with that said, I think we're going to risk too much of the voters' appetite for bonding on this one park by having an additional facility that is not necessary to the park's efficient operation. And then basically, you know, for lack of a more eloquent term, or rather a term that I feel is more eloquent for the situation, screw ourselves out of the opportunity to actually get those parks developed down the future. I have a major problem with that, and I share Councilman Fernandez's passion for that reason.
Yes, Councilman Alvarez.
You went to Dade Christian, right?
Yes.
How much time in middle and high school did you spend in your multi-purpose room?
Actually, not a whole lot. You're asking the wrong person. But I did play out, because just so you know, I did play a lot at Optimus Park, especially on the summers. So I was outside the multipurpose center.
How at your high school, and I went to Pace, how many events that you didn't attend by what you're saying, but how many events and activities were held at your high school gymnasium?
I think you know the answer to that. Your pep rallies,
Right.
et cetera.
Right. What indoor recreational programming do we have in the town of Miami Lakes?
I'm sorry, restate the question?
What place of refuge, where it rains all the time during the seasons here, do children, youth, adults, seniors have that's for indoor recreational activities in the town of Miami Lakes?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what the answer is to that, but if you want a covered basketball court, we're gonna get that apparently. We're gonna get the Aeronasium. So we're still gonna have, for a sport like that, covered. So I guess my question would be, what sports are we trying to bring indoors by doing this multi-purpose center? And again, compared to the other needs, right, balancing all the other needs that we have, right, in the future, is this the highest and best use of the limited resources that we're going to be ending up having?
You're gonna present a census report, right? And I'm 100% that on your census report, we have more than 33,000 residents.
Not necessarily, but I'll get to that in a second.
I'm confident, 100% confident, and maybe not everybody answered accurately, but I'm 100% accurate that there are more than 33,000 residents here in Miami Lakes with the economic growth, with the economic development. We're talking about a 2022 going to the voters. We're talking about X amount of years for construction. Our town is growing beautifully. We have no amenities. It's not a pie in the sky. You know, it's not, you know, obviously somebody that doesn't think outside the box, right? It's not just a basketball gymnasium. It's recreational programming. You could bring Jeremy up here. You can bring Ernie up here. You can bring people that grew up in Parks and Rec, and multi-purpose. And I know people joke about it, but obviously they didn't grow up in a recreational society where they know that all the different functions that you can do: volleyball, pickleball, badminton.
Mayor, can we call a question, please?
No, not yet. Not yet. I need to say something. I haven't discussed it.
I didn't get a chance to.
We have
to-
badminton.
I know Councilwoman Rono wants to chime in.
We have badminton. We can do gymnastics. I mean, there's a multitude of things that we can do there. It's not a pie in the sky, and it's something that our community needs. We don't have it. We have Picnic Park West. We have flag football at Royal Oaks. This is the missing piece that's going to bring that staple of parks, recreational park and programming to the town of Miami Lakes. So, again, I disagree. I think there's multiple purposes for indoor gymnasiums. And look, I'm not going to get into a conversation now about, and that's what happens to us. We start talking about the Bridge Park. Listen, let's focus on this, decide what we want to do with this, and then we can entertain a conversation, because then we just keep, you know, that is a pie in the sky. Oh, the Bridge Park, the Par 3.
Councilman Alvarez, I think I can help you out with this. So, real quick. So, one of the reasons that I'm going to vote no on Councilman Fernandez's motion amendment is because it sets the wrong tone to staff. We have a P3 in staff's hands. The guy wants to pay for the building, and he wants to maintain he's so serious, he filed as a lobbyist here. The only reason I'm going to vote no on it, allow that due diligence to continue. If later on it falls through, but the individual has come here before, he's proposed to pay for the building, and I think sometimes we're afraid of our own success. We literally have 3 P3s right now. That's what we're going to have a discussion in a second about P3s, and to be honest with you, we don't think about it. No, we've never had a P3 of those magnitudes. So the only reason I'm voting no, and it maybe brings it full circle, it'll keep the discussion going, but I don't want to eliminate somebody paying for something for our community, or that opportunity. It still has to go for a bid, it still has to go, but that's the only reason, one of the main reasons I'm going to vote on. There's somebody out there that wants to pay for this. So, which, again, we're going to discuss P3s, and we're going to eliminate one of the P3s that somebody submitted that they're going to pay for it off the table. So I just wanted to bring it full circle. Councilwoman Ron.
And I'll be brief, just to address Councilman Alvarez's comments. There's lots of things that we need. We need a swimming pool. My son used to swim competitively, and he swam in PSN. We don't have a swimming pool. We need lots of things. We might need the multi-purpose building. The Cultural Affairs Committee has been asking for a cultural center for a long time. We don't have a cultural center. There's tons of things that we don't have. However, real estate is at an all-time high, and everyone wants to live in Miami Lakes. Our community is fantastic, and I will put it up to compete against any other community in Miami-Dade County. We are a safe haven, we are a bubble, we are where people want to live. So with or without the multi-purpose building, if we have a P3, absolutely, bring it on. That's fantastic. What we're saying up here is that we're not willing to fund it, and we're not willing to bond out, and we're not willing to indebt the taxpayers for that building. It's not that we're not willing to accept it if it's gifted to us. If someone wants to build it and they want to pay for it and maintain it for the next 60 years, not build it and then turn it over to us and make it, an expense on our end, but they want to maintain it, that's fine. Not everybody grows up in the park system. Not everybody is an athlete. Not everybody uses facilities like that. They are useful, yes, but are they a need? No. They fall in the definition of a want, something that we may want, but we do not need. And I think that's what we're trying to balance up here. It's needs and wants and price tags. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think we've discussed this part enough, so I mean.
No, I had one more thing.
So closing out, please.
The reason why I'm not going to support it again is, although I'm ready to get rid of 1 and 2, I'm not ready to get rid of 4 for the exact the exact reason that the mayor said. If we eliminate this option, then we're not going to be chasing these potential P3 opportunities that we have. Now, my understanding is, based on the amendment that's going to be made, we're going to stay with 3 and 4 to analyze it holistically, right? We're going to look at it from multiple different angles. We're not making a decision right now on what the final project is going to look like. Am I correct?
Correct.
So I'm not ready to get. I'm not ready to get rid of the multi-purpose building yet. So that's why I'm going to vote no against that amendment.
Got it. I think it's pretty all over the place. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this amendment.
So,
On
voting on
Councilman
the-
Fernandez's
On
amendment.
Councilman Fernandez's amendment to
Correct.
remove the multi-purpose building.
Well, actually, his motion was to select option 3. So, same thing, but I'm quoting him. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Member Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Alvarez.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
And Mayor Sid.
No.
1, 2, 3.
Motion does not pass.
Does not pass.
We're back on
2,
to
3, 4.
the amendment that Councilman Rodriguez brought up. Madam Clerk, can you read that real quick? Councilman Rodriguez's amendment.
Yes. The first amendment was Councilmember Rodriguez, seconded by Councilmember Alvarez. Motion to eliminate option 1 and 2.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call
So,
the roll on that.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
So we have 1, 2, 3,
The motion
4
passes. We're back on to the main
4
motion
yes.
as amended.
The main motion from Councilmember Alvarez, seconded by Councilmember Rodriguez, as amended.
Wait, point of clarification.
In theory, it was a strike
Because-
all amendment that you proposed.
Yeah, so my amendment eliminates 1 and 2, but it doesn't go as far as the next step, which means we need to amend his motion to say that we are looking at 3 and
3 and
4
4.
holistically. And that's my additional motion, right? To amend his initial motion, to have it to us, not to just select one right now, but to look at 3 and 4 holistically and make a decision at a later date.
Debate on the amended motion.
Did you
What does that mean?
make a motion?
No, because we're back on the main motion as amended, correct?
No, we're back onto the main motion as amended, but he's just.
I just made
proposing-
another one.
Oh, okay, but I thought that already happened by operation of the passage of your motion.
No, because my original motion was to eliminate 1 and 2, and I stopped there. I did not take it to the next step of looking at 3 and 4
Are there any
in
motions on the
combination.
table? Are there any motions on the table to,
Yeah, I want to look at all the menu items, and that's what I think what we all want to do.
there's a
So-
motion on the table, is there a second? I'll second it. Discussion on this one? Councilman Diegues, I know you wanted to, or you
Yeah,
want
I
to wait
mean,
for the main motion?
I just didn't, I didn't fully understand the motion, because to me, if you already amended it to eliminate 1 and 2, they automatically, what's left over for direction to the council is that they have to look at 3 and 4.
Right, we have to look at 3 and 4, but Councilmember Alvarez's motion was select 3 or 4.
Oh, understood, understood.
So I'm clarifying it to not make a selection, to look at it holistically
Okay,
and
I understand
address
that,
each
and I'll make my final point of debate. I won't even speak after the amendment, I promise, pinky promise, but, but, I'm gonna be down on the amendment, and I'll just briefly restate what's already been, said, which is the only one that's left that makes sense to me is option 3. I disagree with the mayor, and I disagree with Councilman Rodriguez, who I both respect immensely. I just checked with the manager. If we had voted yes on Councilman Fernandez's item, it doesn't preclude us from thinking about the P3. So I think that was not a correct basis for rejecting his item. But I understand you want to keep the other options in flux. Understood. But for that reason, because I don't even think option 4 is worth wasting our time on, I'm going to be down on the amendment, and I'll leave it at that.
Any further discussion on this one? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So again, this is now the amendment by Councilmember Rodriguez, seconded by Mayor Sid. Motion to look into option 3 and 4. So on this amendment, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Diegues.
No.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
So the motion fails because it's 3-3.
What? How is that even?
One,
It's 4
two,
it's 3-4.
three. I'm sorry.
The
The
motion
motion
fails 3-4.
fails because it's 4 noes.
We're back on to the main motion as amended
Sorry.
and not amended. Any further
Okay, so
discussion?
on the main motion. So the main motion from Councilmember Alvarez
As amended.
as amended, eliminating 1 and 2 because that one passed. So it's to move forward with 3 and 4.
Yeah,
It's
that's it.
basically the same. It's
Yeah.
the same thing that I just did. Okay.
Point of clarification. His initial motion is to select the best option. He's looking for 1. If we just voted down my amendment, we have to now select 1 of his.
So the only option left is option 1, because we voted down 3,
No,
4.
option 1 and 2 are gone. Let's not go there. That's gone already. It's not. So we're back to selecting from 3 and 4. So does he need to make a motion to select 1? Because his initial motion was select an option from 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, procedurally, Councilman Fernandez and myself and whoever vote and Vice Mayor Collazo are precluded from once again offering just to proceed on option 3. So, I mean, right, because we were on the, yeah. So, I don't know where this puts us.
It's a stalemate, huh? So
So
good old-fashioned stare down.
How would that work if they Raul, if they have to vote on one of the 4, how many votes would that?
I'm not seeing how it's precluded.
Is the P3 precluded? Is the P3, if we were to vote option 3, somebody were to bring back option 3, and somebody, you guys are doing your due diligence on a P3, and somebody comes and offers us to install a new building on that property, will we be precluded from going into a P3? Let's say Shula's Athletics wants a second location, and they're going to pay the $8 million for that building. Would we be precluded from entertaining that option?
No, but, and maybe
I make a
got
motion to
lost.
select option 3.
That's a different motion than the ones that have been here before.
Second.
and I just want to make a point. This is not a what if, somebody has already submitted it to do the P3. What I just don't want staff to do is that they move forward with it and don't leave space for possible P3s. But I guess there's sufficient direction.
Yeah, option 3 and 4, if I'm not mistaken, Jeremy can correct me, they're identical. The only thing is we plop the gym into a space, and that space is an open space in option 3. So by going with option 3, if we find some P3 or some option to fund this some other way, where that's not a bond issuance, and the space will be there to just plop the gym in the empty space that will exist.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If we just voted down options 3 and 4, and I'm a little dizzy, but I'm pretty sure that we voted down options 3 and 4. What is the difference now with this motion? Is it because 3 and 4 were combined?
Yes, exactly. This
Yeah,
is a
we
different
voted
motion.
on my holistic amendment of 3 and 4.
Why'd you gotta go holistic?
We didn't. We were not holistic at all.
All right.
So I'm gonna, as long as we take P3 serious, we have one on the table if somebody wants to pay for a gym that we need to take serious. I'm in favor. I'm fine with this motion. So, but it's not a what if. People already, there's 3 P3s on the table. 3 that want to put money and invest into the park private funds. So it's 3 of them at this point. So I just want to make sure. But as long as those are looked at seriously, I'm fine.
So I'm sorry, but to clarify, what is the motion now?
Selecting number 3.
Okay, so
Door
motion
number
to
3.
select number 3, as long as P3s are taken seriously.
I didn't add that to my motion, but
Your motion, and I'm sorry.
there was the understanding with direction to the
But I like
manager.
that. I like
That
your
is
motion-
what Councilmember Rodriguez and I would call dicta.
I don't want anyone to vote down my number 3.
No, but again,
us
that
all
was
to be-
dicta. What we're talking about is the whole thing, which is option 3, period. There we go.
Yes.
So again, and I'm gonna ask Council, this is your motion, and I'm sorry, Councilmember
Select, my
Rodriguez.
motion is to select number 3.
Councilman, one thing though, that motion was already presented and it failed.
But not by me?
You were on the winning side. You were on the prevailing side, okay.
Ask for it to be reconsidered, and you can do that, and then you just vote on it again.
I'd ask for it to be reconsidered to save us all time.
So this
I'll
is,
second
in
the-
theory,
the
this is a
motion.
strike all. This eliminates even the main motion because it's exactly what Councilman Alvarez wanted.
Because Councilman Rodriguez was on the prevailing side. The loser can't bring back the motion for reconsideration. So he's moving.
He was
Oh,
on the
wait,
prevailing
so-
side of that.
okay,
of that
so-
motion.
You were on the prevailing side.
Councilman Fernandez proposed it. Yes, he voted no.
Yes. Councilmember Fernandez motion to select
Wait,
option
the town
number
clerk is
3
giving us the vote count
Right.
on that motion.
on the amendment by Councilmember Fernandez to select option 3, which did
Oh,
not
no.
pass.
His motion was to remove option 4.
No.
Yeah.
No, what I
In
had,
essence,
what I had,
I thought it was, I understood it to be remove 4. That he said, we're removing 1 and 2, I want to also remove 4.
what I understood was motion to amend to select
That's-
option number 3.
Okay, then I misunderstood.
So in that motion, Councilmember Alvarez voted no, Mayor Sid voted no, Councilmember Rodriguez voted no, and Councilwoman Ruano voted no. We had 4 noes. That's why the motion did not pass.
So he's on the prevailing
So
side.
you were on the prevailing
He was on the
side.
prevailing side. He can
Because he
be-
voted no.
Yes, that's fine. Councilman Alvarez, you have anything else? I'm gonna vote no on this, and I changed my mind just because I want to make sure that the P3s don't, I want to send a point. I think sometimes it's more important to send, I just want to make sure the P3s don't get shoved in a corner, so, yeah, I just want to send a point on. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to select option number 3, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes?
Councilmember Dieguez.
yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
No. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to new business, item 14A. Yes. 14C, Vice Mayor
And the
Collazo.
report after that.
It's,
Yes,
it's,
and we do have a report.
it's consistent with what we've been discussing, which is trying to look for every possible funding source. I think leaving no stone unturned. I'd like to make a motion to direct the town manager and staff to look at every other possible resource to funding option number 3 of Optimus
Second.
Park.
That's fine, as long as the P3s keep moving forward. So,
Including P3s.
good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the report. Is there anything to report on this? No?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Once again, Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. Not much to report as far as the actual Optimus. We did get one of our first opening days back. I know we haven't had it in quite some time, so it was great to see the Optimus Club and everyone out there. I'll see all the players out there as well. We were able to go ahead and get some of those new items to the improvements of the park already taken care of. We are moving towards some others that are still coming down the line, like those trailers that were installed and the continuation of finalizing the dugouts in our Pinto fields. With that, we did get back another draft from the school board, which had a lot of our adaptations taken into consideration and are being under review now with legal. Other than that, there are no other items under the Optimus Park right now to discuss.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh, Mayor, you're back.
Yeah, no, good job. I know that adding that 10 years, that 60th, going up to 60 years is good, and I know Lorenzo was working with you all, and we got some more language. But it looks like we're at the finish line for the JUA, so we got to keep moving forward. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Jeremy, thank you so much for your report. And I did share some comments with the manager of the parents that were out there at the park, and I know that some of those improvements we've been waiting for. Some have been overdue for quite some time, but just wanted to thank you. The compliments were abound in the sense that people are starting to see even the subtle improvements, which I guess are expectations of this council moving forward. They're just very complimentary. So I think it's kind of a signal, right, of how long and overdue these types of things have been. But just wanted to appreciate you and your delivery and making sure that those facilities were installed for opening day. So thank you.
Got any further questions? Seeing none. We're moving on to Councilman Diegues' item, Community Association charges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be brief with this item. The short version is that this item simply seeks to restrict what an association can charge for governing documents. I'm going to exclude the other portion of the memorandum discussing the estoppel letters, even though I do feel that, and notwithstanding that there's a statutory cap, I feel that not every association has to go to that cap, but they do because they can make money off of it and they turn it into a profit center. Additionally, I just think that there's more of an interest, public policy interest, in limiting what an association can charge when it comes to the governing documents, which of course lays out what the association can and cannot do with respect to the regulation of property, and also includes other documents such as bylaws that explain how the association is governed and operates, etc. I think those are documents that should be made available to the members at reasonable cost, not at $100, not at $170, because they're required to have these documents on file with them by statute anyway. And then on top of that, for the declarations, they're recorded in the county records. So all they have to do is quickly do a search, download it, and it shouldn't cost the members of that association, again, $100 or more to produce a digital document. So that's where the spirit of this item comes from. I've dealt with this on some transactional work that I've been doing with condominiums in particular, and also myself had an issue with an HOA in Miami Lakes, and I just thought this was something worth bringing forward. But with that, my motion is simply to instruct the town legal department to pursue what's in the memorandum, sans the estoppel letter, just focusing solely on the governing documents. That is the motion.
I'll second for discussion.
Councilman Rodriguez in discussion.
Yeah, so I seconded it to let you know, I think this is a slippery slope, honestly, Councilman Diegues. I don't think it's our position as a government to tell a private business, because a community association, although it may not, it's a governing body, but it is essentially a private enterprise, how much they can charge. So I don't feel comfortable doing that at this time. So I'm going to be voting no on this item. I was an extra no when you had the estoppels in there, but even at this reduced level, I just don't feel comfortable sticking our nose into private enterprise. So for that, I'm going to respectfully have to vote no on this.
Any further discussion on this? I see Councilman Fernandez and then the Vice Mayor and Councilman Alvarez.
I agree with Councilman Rodriguez, and I will be voting no for the same reason.
Vice Mayor?
Same comment. When I was president of an HOA in condominium community, sometimes those estoppel letters cost us money depending on the transaction, depending on what was happening with that property. And yeah, we ended up passing those dollars on down. But I think this would be a burden. I think it is a slippery slope, and I agree with Councilman Rodriguez's remarks on this particular item.
So Councilman Dieguez sees the writing on the one, pulls his item. No.
Well, with one rebuttal, which is that, you know, to my friends on the other side of the dais here, keep in mind the slippery slope in your own argument, right? Which is that we don't want to regulate a private entity, but yet we do all the time. And in the aftermath of the Champlain Towers collapse, the regulation is only going to increase, but it's always for the public benefit. And again, to the Vice Mayor's point with respect to the estoppel letters, again, I took it out. But again, without a doubt, this whole right gets abused. And as we hear it all the time, especially in South Florida, condominiums are notorious, but HOAs are notorious too. You have people that stack their allies on the board of directors, and then you have others that are kind of oblivious, and then next to you, and it's because they're not dealing with this issue, right? And they're not engaged because it hasn't affected them yet until the mismanagement bites them later. But I'm going to pull the item, but I just want to leave you guys with that comment, to be cognizant as well of where taking your philosophy to the extreme would also let them basically be able to abuse their own members. But I'm going to pull the item. I understand where it's going, but I just wanted to leave you guys with that thought. Thank you.
But what we could do as well, we can add this as a legislative priority. I mean, I know on the HOA side, on the state statute, and I think it's definitely worth looking at. But yeah, from our end, I do agree with my colleagues back here.
And I don't want to reopen that debate.
No.
So we'll leave it, and we'll just.
It was just to
simply bring
address
it
the
up.
one point that he brought up. The association can just vote out the board, and that's if they think they're charging too much, then the association has that right. And I just don't want to get involved in that. So I understand your intentions are very good, but I just don't feel comfortable.
He withdrew his item, so thank you, Councilman Dieguez. We're moving on to my item. Wanted to bring this up. I know, and I see Jim back there. I know the Optimus Park has had a very rich history thanks to Jim Hamilton and all the volunteers and running an incredible basketball program. Steve Blake, a 13-year veteran. James Jones, who was the NBA GM of the year this year, grew up there. I mean, and the story goes on as Chris Corciani. I mean, so I know it's been a bit of a challenge to in the last several years, especially with COVID, to secure any sort of gym from the school district. So I just wanted to see staff move forward with, and I did want to make also a mention that Shula's has a waiting list. So there's a lot of kids in our community that want to play year-round basketball, and I know Shula's has a huge waiting list, and it really is inaccessible to a lot of folks, right? I think each league at Shula's, it's $200 for about an 8-9 game season, and not everybody can afford that. So I just wanted to make a motion just directing staff to go out and do an RFP to see if there are any year-round basketball providers, obviously coordination with the Optimus Club. So my motion is just to direct staff to do an RFP, put it out to the community, put it out for bid, see if there's any providers out there that would want to run a year-round basketball league, outdoor basketball league, obviously in coordination with Jim and the entire Optimus Club.
I'll second it for discussion.
Councilman Rodriguez in discussion.
No, I'll approve it. I just want to see what the figures come back from an RFP.
No, but the idea would be to no cost. It would be a third-party provider. We would provide the courts or whatever, 2 of the courts, and they would run the league. And
Right, so I just want the information from the staff. I want to direct them to go out and do the due diligence on it and bring it back to us.
Got it. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with the item. I just don't know if, again, we're putting the cart before the horse. That park, or at least those courts, are in no condition right now. That would attract, I think, a viable vendor to come out and actually participate in a program like that. Starting with the parking. You know, if you actually start getting a group of kids there, they're not going to be able to park because that park is already being used by all the Pinto players. So while I agree with the item, I'll support the item. I just want to make sure that we're putting the best possible product out there. And, you know, without those courts being revamped, without there being parking, we might just be adding more to the cluster of people that are there and maybe aggravating an already bad situation. So, you know, I think might be a good opportunity to revisit this once the park is completed. I think we might just be aggravating a bad situation that we have out there. So I don't mind the staff doing the due diligence. I just don't want to send them running around, you know, after a goose chase, so to speak, you know? Unless you have a P3 that you already know is interested in coming in here and doing this, and they already know what they're getting into. They're getting into dilapidated courts, they're getting into a bad parking situation, and there's no lighting, so this is not going to be going into the evening hours like at Shula's where you have the opportunity to play at night. That the facility doesn't necessarily facilitate that.
But, and I think that's where the opportunity arises. Just by putting it out there and having Jeremy and Tony and the staff who's done this, who's worked with the park systems for so long, I mean, you never know. We have one of these providers that jumps in and says, hey, this is an incredible opportunity. You know, we'll work with you guys. We'll do a public-private, whatever it is. But I think it's well worth it because these year-round leagues are popping up outdoors and being very successful, and they themselves, you know, pay, you know, maybe we get part of the negotiation, hey, we have to install lights, hey, we have to do this. But I think at the very least, let's see what's out there, let's see if there's any, maybe there's none, maybe you're right. But
I'm going to support the item. I value the time that our staff spend on these things, and sometimes, you know, I'm also a realist. I'm looking at the conditions of the courts, you know, start investing a lot of FTE work into going after something that maybe this is not the right time for. You know, if it's marginal time, yeah, but if they're going to invest heavily into going through an RFP, actually going through a procurement process, I think people are attracted to this item. You've had 3 unsolicited bids come in, you know. I just don't want them to go through a lot of, I'm not saying that they're wasting their time. I think we've already put it out in the universe. The word P3 has come out at least a dozen times today, and I just want to make sure that we're using our time, the staff's time wisely. That's all.
Got it. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Verano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the MLOP workshop, there was a gentleman that spoke who wanted to partner with us in this respect. But at this time, I have to agree with the Vice Mayor. At this time, this only seems like we're bringing more chaos to an already overwhelmed park. So this is just going to bring in a new provider with new complaints and new wants and new needs. So I just don't, I think that these are all things that we should explore after the park is renovated. But right now, the people that play on the courts now complain about it. I mean, it's on social media, right? There's Mr. Eddie Blanco's interviewing people at the park and posting it on social media, and they're all complaining about the conditions of the tennis courts. So if we bring in, of the basketball courts, if we bring in a basketball league, we're only injecting 100 more people that are complain about the basketball courts. So although I think it's great, and I think that the park should be open to playing a lot of sports, right? Organized sports in different areas, tennis, basketball, you know, football, baseball. The park should be used by multiple, you know, recreational activities. I just don't think it's the right time for it now. I think it's just going to add more, you know, add more chaos to what's already there.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Verano. And I sort of see it as an opportunity. I think that's where, you know, we have our 3 town staffers over there that specialize in parks, and, you know, it's all part of the negotiation. Maybe there's a provider out there that says, you know what, we'll revamp all the courts. You know what, we'll do. So I just think it's a healthy thing with basketball really exploding in Dade County, and I think us not having a league that's successful. I mean, Shula's alone has a humongous waiting list of kids in our community that don't have any other options. There's no basketball league in our area anymore. There was one at Salvation Army. It was run indoors for a long time, and there's nothing anymore. So I think we're going to be surprised by the amount of folks that will be interested in this, and I think in part of the negotiation, you'll never know. Maybe that's where staff says, hey, you know, part of this process, you know, we require you to fix up the courts. You know, you got to required to maintain it. You know, let's talk about parking. Let's talk about different. I've seen him do it with flag football, with baseball, with soccer. Manny does a really, really good job of managing all that, and it's done well. But it's also taught us lessons where maybe now when we negotiate, you know, there has to be more improvements made by the end users. So I think we've learned a lot of lessons throughout the years, and I think they will do a great job, at least, you know, going through that process.
No, I agree with that. What, if I may, through the mayor to the manager, whatever happened with the organization that wanted to start a tennis program at the park? There was an organization that had reached out that wanted to start a tennis program.
It wasn't a organization. It was a gentleman that was looking to start his own company for tennis lessons and as a tennis provider. He's awaiting the upgrades to the actual tennis courts.
So he's going to wait for those upgrades before he.
Yeah, he wants to see if it's going to be something that is going to be of value for him to run a program out of there.
Understood. Thank
Jeremy,
you.
can you update the council on the status of the resurfacing of the tennis court so they are aware? for
Yes,
October?
unfortunately, we got word last week that there was a delay in a previous job, so we won't be having our renovations completed. It's commencing as of early October. So he was waiting on that before he went to get it, and then wanted to go back out, check out the renovations, and then see if he pursues with putting in a proposal or working with us to start a program.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
I think it's germane to the issue, but it came up in some of the dialogue that I was having with the manager. As we start talking about these amenities and revamping, these facilities become attractive business models to entrepreneurs, right? People who are hosting clinics or high utilizers, we're going to say ultra high utilizers, right? These are going to become their facilities to do business. I think we need to also make sure that there's a mechanism in place that we're being appropriately, I'm not going to say compensated, but making sure that there's a user agreement that makes sure that the town is not being burned. And I want to make sure that, you know, if we add 6 batting cages, I guarantee you there's going to be 6 batting instructors, right? And then the kids that actually paid for the park can't use the park, right? And the parents that want to use the facilities that actually paid for the facilities can't, because there may be individuals that are looking at this as a monetization opportunity. So it's another conversation that I think we just need to have as we bring these things in, right? We talk about them as P3s because they're attractive, but the reality is they also need to be equitable for the city. And I don't think they'll ever be completely equitable, but it needs to be part of the dialogue as we move forward. And I know that was one of the issues that you said you'll be looking at that in the future as well.
Yeah, obviously with any P3 arrangement, the other party, there's something they're going to want, right? So we got to just make sure that want doesn't interfere with our ability to use the facility and, you know, and what the demands from the town side. So that'll be that balance, right? And I'm sure we'll be able to strike it and find the right mix.
In closing, Councilman Alvarez.
We just voted no against something a few minutes ago that we've all been contradictory about right now. You just realize we're all trying to find space to just attempt to have a basketball recreational program. And the only shot we had to give direction to the manager to move forward and explore the possibilities, right now we're all contradicting what we just voted. Like, we don't have the space, you don't have the amenities there. It's an outdoor basketball field, basketball court. When are they gonna fix it? There's no bleachers and seating. So we're basically spinning our wheels over an amenity that I'm still going to support because I'm all about recreational programming, but we're spinning our wheels when we had the opportunity to give them direction, to keep looking into it. And if we wanted to vote it out in the future, we could, but we just shot ourselves and got out of it. And we're just discussing now that there's an issue with the flooring, there's no seating, and we had an opportunity. So I just wanted to put that out there. You know, I'll move forward. I'm extremely disappointed that this was shot down so early on, but it's
Even though Councilwoman Arano and I voted no on that.
Well, I just listen. I think we got ahead of ourselves. I think we could have pulled back, but you know, it was too premature to get rid of option 4, honestly. And I mean, right now you're asking for something that I'm going to support. We got to figure it out because you take away programming, but you just said there's no space at Shula's. There's no space here. Like, here we had an opportunity to give direction to the manager to explore the opportunities of having a multi-purpose facility where you can provide all these type of recreational programs that we don't have to share with Ciudad. And if we have a joint usage agreement too, we can rent out and bring revenue to our town. And we just like said no, and now, you know, I'm just saying, like, I'm all about programming. I'm extremely disappointed that option 4, for the record, just got shot down today, and you know, I'm just venting, but again, now the mayor's bringing this up, and it's just like boom, everybody's like, oh, but they don't have this, oh, and the court, oh, and this, and the courts are deplorable, and this, and that, and I'm like, all right, we just had an opportunity to do something great, and we can't even move forward. That's it, we're done. That's it. Option 4 is out the table. Let's see the P3. But the P3 is not a guarantee. At least the P3 gave us a better guarantee with at least having the manager explore option 4. And again, this is what we're talking about, of giving opportunities to our residents. And we just, you know, I just think that, again, it's just a testament about what we were discussing now, and just brought back, like, you know, to me, just option 4 realistically was shot down too early. And, you know, I feel for you, Mayor. I know you and I and other council members here are big. You know, we didn't hang out at the libraries as much as Josh, but, you know, we hung out at the basketball courts. And you know, and now I just feel bad, because we, you know, why do, no, I'm just joking.
Look, Councilman Alvarez, in closing, because if you listen to the discussion earlier, Councilman Rodriguez brought up an idea that could be explored. He even said, hey, or it was Councilman Rodriguez or Councilman Fernandez, option 3 goes on the ballot, but then have a separate question about the you know what I mean? Those are discussions for later on, but, you know, whatever. Just food for thought, where I always try to, since we always have to talk on the record, that's just food for thought, you know what I mean? Keep that in mind. But I did vote no on that with Councilwoman Serrano, so it was a 5-2 vote, and just for the record. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
There's one no. The motion passes. We are on to the next item. I'll make a motion waiving Section 7.2 of the Special Rules of Order.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 14E.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I was a bit asleep at the wheel here. You know, I would have caught that. But the reason also why I was kind of mulling it over is because at least this week, the issue has not been so bad. But I decided that I'm still going to move forward and asking that we ask the administration to go ahead and try and work with the school board or with our existing staff to try and find ways to mitigate the traffic problem in the worst areas. And the photos that you have attached to your agenda packet are ones that I took not on the first week of school. They were the second and also part of the third week. But this week it's been kind of, or at least today and yesterday, it wasn't so bad. So I'm wondering if some of it may be tapering off for some reason. But regardless, I'd still like to ask them to try and see what else we can do, perhaps, you know, just in case it flares up later, to have an action plan, as it were, to deal with that. Because again, right next to my building, I've got a dialysis center. So if they have an emergency, that could be a huge problem if it's backed up both ways. You know, it's already bad enough if it's backed up one way, but, you know, you start adding the other way now, you know, there's no way they're going to be able to save anybody there. So it's a health risk. It affects our local economy because it affects those businesses. And so I just think it's worth pursuing moving forward to see what else we can do to try and, you know, come up with a better traffic control or maintenance of traffic protocol, if you will. That is the motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilwoman Serrano?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is something that has been addressed in the past, and I believe that the lieutenant had, he's what we call him the traffic whisperer for a reason, right? He had managed this really well, and I don't remember what it was that he was doing. I remember that we discussed it and that he had put some procedures in place during the pickup areas, the pickup times for Bob Graham, and he had mitigated this somehow. The only thing that I can think of is having a no left turn sign at that right in front of your office to avoid people using that street to pick up the children. But that's only going to back up 154 more or have them go through Royal Oaks. So the traffic is gonna go somewhere. But I would like to reach out to the lieutenant to see what it was that he did, that he had a plan in place and it worked really well. If I may, through the vice mayor to the major.
Yes, go ahead.
In regards to that, part of that is just the regular acclimation of the traffic throughout the first couple of weeks. So it generally backs up there. Yeah, I know he has redistributed people there, like putting somebody in that location at certain times during the afternoon. But putting a no left turn sign there, that's something that we can explore, but I don't know if that would generally be the best thing, because then that might redistribute the traffic to 154th Street, and then you get baggage there. So those are things we can definitely explore and take a look at in the future. But I'm not sure if that would necessarily be the best option in that regard.
Any other further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Mayor, floor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. What item are we on? Your item, right? On 154? Got it. Thank you. Pedestrian safety along 154, right? Oh, you're right. Correct.
14F.
You're absolutely right. 14F, Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My new business item is to limit committee reports to 10 minutes or less.
Got it. What do you want to do with it? You just made a motion.
Right, motion sorry. The motion is to limit committee reports to 10 minutes or less when being presented to us.
I'll second it for discussion, and I'll start off the discussion. I definitely understand where you're coming from. We have rules that we really don't follow in terms of how limited we are. If we did, our meetings would be that much more efficient. But the public has their 3-minute rules, even though as many people spoke 4 or 5 minutes today. But yeah, I don't know. I think the tough thing, Councilman Alvarez, is our committees are really, really excited when they come before us, and they want to showcase everything they do. And look, today was really fast, but I know the toughest one is the yearly reports, right? So like when they do their year, a lot of those take more than 10 minutes. Like a regular committee report that they come in, whenever they come in, it's not a big deal, right? You limit it, but the big one, the yearly report, a lot of them really want to showcase all the work that they put in. So I think it's tough I'm fine with doing it if you just say, hey, besides the yearly report, but I know that they get really excited and they want to showcase everything that they've done for the community in that yearly. I remember they do videos and all that. So,
and we have Mr. Mayor, we have the flexibility to extend like we do the public comments.
Mayor,
no, we do.
If I may,
yes.
Councilman Alvarez, the issue that I have with this item is that our committee members are so dedicated. I would hate to hamper them on this issue. Those are, not that any resident deserves special treatment, but if there's a resident that's putting in volunteer hours into our community, you know me, I'm all about efficiency and getting this done as quickly as possible, but I'll sacrifice. As long as they want to talk, I'm going to listen, and if they have meetings that they attend and they do this, then I'm going to sit here and listen. So unfortunately, I can't support the item.
Any further discussion on this item? Councilman Alvarez, you want to maybe speak to some of the committee chairs and kind of work it that way?
All right, I'll pull the item.
Got it. We're moving on to, thank you, Councilman Alvarez, but I would definitely recommend that because we saw how efficient it was today. So, bringing up the next item is my item, Neighborhood Services District. So, about a month ago, where I reside, the Guard Gate, they had about 5 signs that said, very large letters, Neighborhood Services District, which I'm fine with. I think the department should be called that. But I had 2 residents, one of them in particular came up to me and was like, hey, Mayor, I'm going to the meeting tonight because I want to talk about this flooding and the tree trim. He was telling me about the tree trimming and the potholes, and I was like, no, that's a Guard Gate meeting. And then another gentleman, too, kept asking me, like, what is a neighborhood service district? So I think the only, and being real, that really, the only request that I have is that if we're going to put out those A-frames or we're going to put out announcements to residents, like the name, I don't care if it says neighborhood service district, Guard Gate meeting, neighborhood service district, late maintenance meeting. I mean, I'm being very honest. I had those folks come up to me, and then I went out there and looked at it myself, and I was like, yeah, 100%. I understand why some folks were confused, because you see it and you think it's a plethora of things, and then I was like, no, it's just a Guard Gate. And then they were like, what do you mean? So I just want to make a motion directing staff that when they advertise a neighborhood service meeting to residents in the A-frame, just put what it is, Guard Gate District, Late Maintenance District. That's my motion.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Vice Mayor, 14I.
Thank you, Mayor. This month is Hunger Action Month, and Feeding South Florida does a hunger awareness campaign. We did it last year in the height of the pandemic. They're all asking us to raise awareness to light up Town Hall in orange. So I wanted to make a motion directing the town manager to, in honor of Hunger Action Month, to go ahead and light up the Town Hall in orange.
Second. Discussion, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. My item, 14J, just wanted to bring this up for discussion. This is in line with the Vice Mayor's item to look at different funding sources. So I know our senior center is fast approaching. We're going to ask for legislative approach. We're going to ask for different things, but the reality is we don't know if we're going to get those funds. We don't know where we're going to start creating a sinking fund for that, a maintenance fund. So without committing to anything, I would like to direct staff, knowing that we have a P3 expert in the House, to just see what are possible P3 options for the senior center. I would love to see that, just kind of do a review, see what there is, come back, report to the council, say, hey, there are these options that we can, who knows, maybe there's some provider around the nation or somebody that says, hey, we would love to partner with the town of Miami Lakes. We'll be happy to build it out, and we do some sort of partnership in collaboration with our Elderly Affairs Committee and all the folks that do a good job. But I just don't want to leave any stone unturned, and I just want to make a motion directing staff to see if there's any public-private partnerships or any sort of partnerships that we can leverage for our senior center that can help offset some of that long-term maintenance, that can help offset the build-out cost.
Second.
Discussion, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm going to support the item just to get a feel for the landscape, but what I've typically seen in providers that would be interested in this type of transaction is that they're going to want to use the intended amenity for the business purposes of their P3. So if I operated health plan ABC, I'm going to want to use the senior center to maybe capitalize on the senior population that's using it. And that's the entire core mission of the P3, but then it doesn't necessarily serve the intended purpose of maybe the seniors. So, and I don't want to target any particular health plan or any particular organization, but I would just be cautious of that. One of the things that our Elderly Affairs Committee has done has been able to leverage a lot of diversity. If you look at their funding streams and their revenues that they target, it's a mix of everything from Humana to different plans. And then I'd hate for us to have our Premier Senior Center be codified as and I'm not going to mention a clinic, but Clinic XYZ. And then it discourages all the other plans from saying, oh, going into Miami Lakes, because this hub is only this particular center. So while I don't have any issue of getting a view of the landscape, with this population, you tend to have a lot of people wanting to serve that population, and then at the same time, that comes with a trade-off, so to speak. So I'm in favor of getting the landscape. I just want to be careful that we got to be careful of what we wish for.
Got it. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Item 15A, I was going to have a guest speaker today, a local ER doctor who loves our community, was going to come. He was unable to, so I'll switch that over for next meeting. So we're on to the census update. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm trying to pull up the exact count now that was reported. But the good news is that over the last official number from 2010, we did see an increase in population, but it was only, the official count now is only about 31,000, almost 32,000. But that's the official count, right? And that's keeping in mind that we did slightly underperform our 2010 self-report numbers, likely due to the pandemic as well, and because there were, we were the only ones actually pushing the census and a few other partners. So we did see an increase up to about 31,000. I think that long term, if you may remember the numbers that we got from, at the time, Town Manager Ray, that could result in an increase in state revenue share and some other state sources because they're based on population. And obviously, as far as our overall number, we're probably closer to 35, at least. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but just wanted to report that to you. Our official number is about 32,000. Again, I don't have, unfortunately, the exact number in front of me right now, but just wanted to report that we did go up, and, accounting for the fact that we didn't get to 100% on the count, we're probably certainly at about 35 by now.
Vice Mayor.
So when the mayor reads the proclamations, you could say on behalf of 31,000 or 35,000?
If he wants to play it safe, he can go with the official count of 31,200 or whatever it is. But yeah, he can say
From
35.
the 31,000 to 35,000 Miami Lakers.
Yeah, I'll stick to 33. Joseph will keep writing 33. Yeah. No, thank you, Councilman Diegues. I appreciate that. My items next, Contract City. One thing I just wanted to thank staff.
Well, Mayor, I move for the rule waiver.
I'll second it.
For which item?
Isn't this you're on, I'm sorry, I thought you were on D. Sorry about that.
I was on C.
Yeah, sorry.
Got it. D is, because I might have a different agenda.
D is
The air conditioning.
Air conditioning.
Okay, 'cause I don't see it on mine. Got it. Just on mine, on Contract City, I just wanted to thank staff because they're really looking back to what the core mission was initially as a town, really looking at our services and making sure that we continue down a path of Contract City. Every time that there's a job opening, I know they're going through that exercise of reviewing the pros and cons of what, if we should go contract, if we should stay that staffer in-house. So I just wanted to say, I know some departments have saved a great amount of money doing that analysis, so I just wanted to thank staff for really continuously looking back to what our core mission was, to provide the best service without allowing so much front-end cost to our residents. So just wanted to thank staff for that and continue doing a good job on the Contract City model. Item D, air conditioning unit. I need a waiver of the rules. Councilman.
I'll move it.
There's a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So air conditioning unit at Royal Oaks Park has been an issue for a long time. Talk about the sinking fund. I know that's one AC unit that the last two galas has disappeared on us in the middle of the gala, so it hasn't worked out too well. So not only I know staff working on that, but I got to give kudos to Joseph because he's doing a great job with sponsors. I think we've raised like $30,000, $40,000 already. But he found a sponsor to pay for two additional, I know he's coordinating with staff, two additional AC units. So once the place gets packed, it's not going to get hot this year. So just wanted to thank him and thank staff for thinking outside the box. Moving on to 16A.
15E is added by Mayor.
I have a different agenda.
Yeah, I think we all kind of have a different agenda.
Sorry, 15E, no, you added it earlier, I'm sorry.
I did,
I'll
but-
make a motion to waive the rule?
No, hold on. Before we do that, so yeah, there's more items on the agenda that's posted online that would come before. So my item would, I think, be.
My agenda does
15G.
not have that.
Mayor, you
the
had two
agenda-
reports that were MLOP joint use agreement and 59th Avenue update. Those were two reports that you submitted, I think, after the original version of the.
But they made the agenda online,
Yeah.
which are, again, let me just state it for the record, 15E and 15F were submitted late. We added them Monday morning, and it's the MLOP joint use agreement, and then the Northwest 59th Avenue. And for those who had the agenda briefing before, you should have on the dais their reports. So you should have 15F and 15E. But online,
Got
it made it
No,
yesterday.
we're good. So we're on E. Is there a waiver of the rules on E? Well, you know what, I touched upon this before. I was just gonna, well, no, it's a rule.
I'll move it. I think it's important to discuss.
There's a
second.
motion just to waive the rule.
I'll second the
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, then the motion passes. First, staff has done a great job with negotiating the joint use agreement. One of the areas that I wanted to do more was collaborate with staff, and especially when staff, sometimes staff talking to staff, a lot of things get accomplished, but there are times that things get stuck. So I've made it my own effort to collaborate, to see what's going on, but to enhance. And one of those efforts, working with everybody, working with Lorenzo, with staff, you saw that extra 10-year happen on Friday. There are two folks I really got to thank at the school district, but I'm going to wait till the agreement's fully executed by the district before we thank those people. And I know the manager worked on this. I know Jeremy worked on this, Tony. But also I got to give props to Lorenzo, because even at the last second, the little tweaks here and there, I know there's one that's getting finalized today that Raul and Lorenzo worked on. So I just wanted to say kudos to staff, and wherever I can assist, and like we did here, and collaborate. I think collaboration is a great way to bring a better product, and we saw that today. 59th Avenue, very similar, and Raul and Lorenzo talk about something that's happening federally, but is there a motion of the rules on that? Yes, without.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passed. 59th Avenue, again, staff has done a great job. I know the manager negotiated some more impact fees, and I know staff has really worked hard on this. But there's one issue where I've had to inject myself in. It's the issue on the amount of money that the county is charging us, which is absurd, right? It's close to $90,000 for a user fee. One thing, again, these are issues that when staff are talking, yeah, they get as far as they can, but that one issue, they're stuck at. That's a policy decision. So called Senator Marco Rubio. I had a talk with Senator Rubio, who's a great friend of mine, explained the situation, and through that due diligence, we were able to find out something very interesting. The county wants to charge us close to $90,000, between $60,000 to $90,000 a year, but for utilizing a public road. Yet, what we ended up finding out through all of this, thanks to Senator Rubio's staff, was that the county is charging Amazon, the most powerful corporation in the world, the wealthiest corporation in the world, less than we are to utilize airport land for private use. So I think that is something where we're working, and Raul and Lorenzo are going to get into this a little bit later, but we're working with Senator Rubio, we're working with Congressman Diaz-Balart specifically to amend FAA rules to say that they are going to waive, hopefully, this type of fee for public entities. Because when I explained it to Senator Rubio and I explained it to Congressman Diaz-Balart, they were like, that does not make any sense for us to get charged a yearly fee to utilize a public road, yet a private entity that's utilizing to make money is getting charged less than you guys. There's something really wrong with this entire process. So they're actually looking at, and Raul and Lorenzo will get into it in a little bit, but they're actually looking at amending federal law. I got an email today from Congressman Diaz-Balart's office that they're working on seeing if we get a waiver for public use. So that would eliminate that requirement of that $90,000 a year, which is pure insanity that we would even get charged anything for public use. So I wanted to update the council on that. I also wanted to thank staff, but again, that's a perfect example of collaboration with staff and staff. Sometimes, you could get to a certain point, but I think here's where our role really helps out, and I wanted to thank Raul and Lorenzo also for jumping in and being very helpful and working with those folks. So hopefully we can amend or change the FAA rule, and I think there's some good reason why. So just the showcasing, just finding out that Amazon's getting paid is paying less than us is one of the biggest absurdities that we've heard of in a while. So I wanted to report that to the council, and I know Raul and Lorenzo will touch upon it during their report. We're moving on to 16A, 5G monetization. Carlos Acosta.
Nope.
Oh, yes. We keep, Councilwoman Ronald did give me this, and she did a great job, right?
Gave you the notes.
Your report, 15G?
Yes, and I'm assuming that's going to require a waiver of the rules as well.
I'll move it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Right, awesome. So I wanted to give a report. I know at the last budget hearing, we spoke about the park reservation software. So I subsequently met with both Tony and Jeremy. And during the course of the meeting, discovered that there was actually a Parks and Recreation conference happening the next week in Orlando. So I went ahead and I joined them for a couple hours at the conference and was able to look at different options that different vendors have in that space and kind of acquaint myself with that space. And so I wanted first and foremost to thank them for being so kind to spend time with me there and show me around. For those of you that have never been to a Parks and Recreation conference, Tony Lopez is like a celebrity. Whenever, like you walk, yes. Dr. Lopez is like you're next to him and you gotta run from the paparazzi and stuff. So, but very, very good time there. Definitely saw some different platforms and looking forward to continuing to work with them on bringing a better product forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Wait, I just wanted you to repeat a point. You just drove up there, just showed up there and drove back? That's dedication, man, especially on that one. Great job. We're on to 5G monetization. Director Acosta.
Thank you. This is a follow-up to a item that Councilmember Dieguez brought back at the June regular council meeting regarding the 5G technology and potential to monetize, get some revenue out of that. I did some research, and based on the research, yeah, of course, there's the communications companies want to, take advantage of this, right? They know the issues that they're having with permitting and some other construction costs. So they're looking for municipalities that want to partner with them, partner with these communication service providers and streamline permitting and construction and so forth by, the town or municipality leasing some of their facilities. I mean, they talked, I found out that, they could work off roof, sides of buildings, street lights, even sports field lighting at the parks and things like that. And so basically the benefit is streamlined permitting for these companies and of course construction costs, right? Because every time they got to put this antenna, they got to put a concrete pole, they got to pay contractors, the whole, there's a lot of costs associated with that. So I guess after looking at the, researching this a little bit more, I think if we want to go ahead and move on with this, I think the best way is to put out a letter of interest and, you know, and kind of gauge kind of the sentiment out there, the interest of carriers. And then if we see that there's a lot of, you know, interest for something like that in our town, then we could put an official RFP and then sort of have them compete for, you know, sort of, you know, coming into the town. And of course, the price of, you know, putting it at either on a building or a pole or things like that can be looked at that time. But that's all I have, subject to questions.
Yeah, Mr. Acosta, if a couple at the workshop, somebody had mentioned that FPL donated the poles for Miami Lake, the current poles for Miami Lakes Optimus Park. Is that something that we could explore with these 5G companies as part of our means to bring the price tag down on Optimus Park, is to get these types of donations as part of this 5G monetization, have them donate the poles for an eventual park?
I'm sure that those things can also be worked.
Right.
I mean, if you look at what they could do with streetlights, right?
Right.
They could say, you know, they need the antennas to be at a certain height, but when you look at our decorative poles that are kind of like a shorter height, you know, they could come in and place a new pole and, you know, have the light, but install a new pole that gives them the height. At the end of the day, what they're looking is, you know, streamline permitting process and, of course, construction costs by having this type of agreements.
All right, excuse my ignorance, I'm not a tech savvy person, but the higher they go, the more coverage they have. Is that how that works?
I'm not an expert on that,
Councilman
but I
Fernandez?
understand that there's some heights to these antennas, so these microcells, they have to be at a specific height.
They typically, depending on the frequency that they're using, they have a design height. So depending, like a 5G antenna is usually mounted lower versus like a 3 or 4G antenna usually goes on a, you know, 500, you know, foot mass. So really, with 5G, it's more about having microcells and smaller, lower towers than some of the gigantic towers.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll move to direct the manager to go ahead and begin with the process of the trying to figure out the interest. I forgot what it was again. The letters of interest.
Letter of interest, LOI.
Yeah, to do the LOI, and to see what other opportunities exist out there to make some money for the town that doesn't rely on the taxpayers. I think that's something we've all want, something I've always certainly searched for between this item, the census item, you name it. I think we should move forward, and funny enough, for those who may not remember, there was at one point a plan to put a cell tower, I believe it was, at the Optimus Park to pay for the renovation. So I think this is a better option than building a whole new structure, just using our existing facilities and aesthetically, because I know for Councilwoman Verano it's a big issue, there are ways to make it where it looks nice and blends in with the total design. So technology's come a long way, and so with that, that's my motion.
And I think it might get lost on us because of the names that were, but this is a P3. This is a real life tangible P3.
Councilman Fernandez, you just seconded it, right?
Yes.
Got it. All right, any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Director Acosta.
I guess I'll stay up here since my next
Yep,
item
you got the
is-
monthly infrastructure report.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the capital projects. I'm not gonna touch on all of them, but if you need more information on any of them, just let me know. The Save Russell School Bob Graham project, that is advancing very well. The plans are around 60% complete, so that project is proceeding well. The West Lakes Drainage Project, we got a little hold up with the pipe material, but we got that corrected, and the project is around 80% complete. So next month, the month of October, we should wrapping up the pipe and then start repaving all the streets, putting the final layer of asphalt there. The Northwest 83rd Place Drainage Improvement Project, we prepared the bid documents. If everything goes well, we anticipate that project to go out for bid this week, definitely this month. The Streetlights Improvement Project, it's another project. We already have the plans, and we're working with preparing the bid documents. And it should be on the street right now based on our schedule in October for construction bid. The next project is the crosswalks. I know those have been items of interest. We are just waiting on final modification that we wanted from the plans from the consultant, and we should get that in this week. But we already have the solicitation package ready, so as soon as we get those plans, we'll put it out for bid this month. And all these items should be coming depending on the bid and the timeline to, look at the bid, do a bid analysis and all that, either in November, no later than December. All these construction contract awards will be coming to you. The next prize is the bond projects. Really, you approve 4 of those. There's a lot of projects, so I just name them there in terms of work orders. But we're doing pretty good so far. I mean, we had 10 projects that are right now under design, and 4 more that you approve tonight, and we'll issue a notice to proceed and start getting the surveyors and geotechnical services ongoing for the design of those. Jumping along to the roadway maintenance, I mean, we've done a lot of improvements. I mean, if you drive around certain areas, Miami Lakes Drive, Calpan, we've done a lot of restriping. And we got a couple of more restriping going on around town. I mean, with the funds that you all provided this year, we replaced 454 street name signs. That's a lot of signs replaced around town.
May I, through the mayor, may I interrupt you for 1 second? With regards to the PLC that Chairman Rogers was mentioning today, one of the photos that she showed us was that the signage on the road that says school, those letters that are striped on the road, is that something that would fall under our responsibility, or is that something that the school board does?
That's Miami-Dade County School Board, yes.
Miami-Dade County School Board.
And
So
I
for-
could reach out to them, and if they need to be refreshed.
Beautiful. I'm going to give you one of the packets that she left us so that I
Okay,
can show
that
you
would
the
be
photos.
great. I'll follow up with you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. And the rest is the list of things that have been brought up throughout times that are currently unfunded. So, pending any questions is all I have.
I have 2 questions for you, Carlos. With the crosswalks, my main issue with going out to bid on the crosswalks is that we won't get such a small projects that we won't get any. It's kind of like what happened to us with the entrance features, right? We put it out to bid years ago, and we had one person bid. Have we looked into, I know we have a GC in-house. Have we looked into maybe qualifying it ourselves since so small? I know the electrical is probably the most difficult aspect of it, but doing something like that, or maybe doing an interlocal with another city that has an in-house construction crew, because that's my main concern. Either we're not going to get many people bidding for it because a lot of folks are working on big time jobs, or the only people that bid for it it's just going to be astronomical. So I don't know if it's even possible, but I know that we do have a GC in-house. It's not even we have to get somebody else that can qualify it, and I don't know if we can I know the most difficult aspect is the electrical side of it. But yeah, that's my first question for you.
Yeah, it's definitely the electrical, and then the other part, of course, is the milling and resurfacing. There's milling and resurfacing and striping and things like that we don't have, of course, the capability in-house.
But if we have, so I'll give you an example. If we have contracts already for milling and resurfacing, which we do, and striping, we can take care of those, right? We can do some quick work orders for those 2, and then qualify, our handyman or somebody, the guys that we have on contract that did the, what's this called over here, the generator, and maybe just do it that way, and then you manage the project. But being very honest with you, I think we could save a lot of money. I'm really concerned about the bids coming out way too high and not enough people soliciting, because, be honest with you, the market out there's folks, those are very small projects. So, yeah, knowing that we have milling and resurfacing, knowing we have striping in-house, those are things that you could do a work order for right now. It's just figuring out the electrical, especially if you have the designs already approved.
Yeah.
You think that's between now and you think that's a possibility?
We certainly have the contracts to do the milling and resurfacing and some of the other items. The only things that we don't have under contract is the equipment installation and all that. I don't know.
Probably we'll have to get with procurement and see if we could do a change order to the existing contracts that we have to add those items. We'll have to see how we do that. I mean, I know there's other municipalities that are right now trying to work with. I know the city of Aventura, I think, has a contract that I got a hold of the contract, and I got to talk with the public works director over there. And they have some of these items because they have placed these types of push button type flashers out there. But we didn't want to delay the process any longer. I know that we want these crosswalks out there. There are people that are looking at this. I mean, I've received calls of people that are interested in that do these types of process. So I know they're out there. They're waiting for probably, for this thing to come out for them to bid on.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. The other one was Bob Graham, 77th. I know that there was a project pending that was never funded to reconfigure parts of 77th. And I know we're doing safe routes, but I know that at some point, working with
79th?
79th. This project is on 79th, correct?
The Save Routes to School, yes, it's on 79th.
So is there any way to capitalize or to add on there the other project? Because I know the other one wasn't that difficult in terms of getting it done. But I know it would be a huge benefit for the people living there, because I think that's been the way that it would get reconfigured.
I know which project you're talking about, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it could be attached to this one. This one is a lab project with FDOT, and any changes you do to the scope is just, you kind of go back to square zero. But I know the project you're talking about, and it has been an issue with the traffic there. I mean, we looked at it. We did some cost estimate. I think it's one of the items that I think it's in here, in the, actually, the item that it's in here unfunded that talks about item number 17, the Northwest 155 street parking improvements. When we looked at that and we said, okay, let's take the parking from the middle in the median to the outside. We also looked at the intersection of 155 and 79. Eliminate, because what's happening now, right, people that want to turn left to the school are going against traffic. And I've discussed this with the lieutenant as well. People go against traffic, and then they start creating, hazards or potential crashes. So we looked at eliminating that island, creating a left turn lane, and then on 79th Avenue, once you're coming south, there's actually a left turn lane into the Winn-Dixie Plaza, which really doesn't get used a lot. So what we looked at was, okay, let's eliminate the island, let's make a left turn lane for people that need to go to the school, and then eliminate that left turn lane coming south, make it a merge going up. So that way, people can go to school. You'll basically have two lanes. Eventually, they'll be merging as they get closer to the school. And we looked at that, and I think that will probably solve a lot of the conflicts there. And that was included in the estimate when we did the 155th Street parking kind of rearrangement. So I know that's out there. It's right now it's unfunded. If we want to go that route, I mean, that will be something that I've discussed with police, and they seem to be in agreement that would alleviate a lot of the problems there.
Yeah, and it goes to one of the items, I think Councilman Diegues or the Vice Mayor, you know what I mean, about moving on traffic on 154, because that would even alleviate it a little bit there. You have more staging area, more capacity on that road, I'm saying, so, but that's fine. Any other questions for our Public Works Director? No, seeing none, thank you, Carlos. What's our next, police?
To make a motion to extend for 15 minutes, it's going to be 11.
I'll make a motion to extend.
Motion to extend, or second, pardon me.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. I think we would have made it was 5 minutes only. We got, Major? Oh, no, he has to go. So they're all
It's the town attorney that we're all worried about.
As usual, I keep my report brief. In terms of the crime statistics, we continue to maintain as we did last month. This past month, we also saw the beginning of the school year. We began distributing our manpower back to routine traffic details, specifically along the 154th Street corridor. Over the past 4 weeks, we've seen improvement as parents and children have acclimated to the new driving patterns and the new routines. And the only other thing is to point out, this past Saturday, we did observe the passing of the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks that occurred. And on behalf of the officers that work for all of you and all the law enforcement, local and even fire rescue that were there, we just want to express our gratitude to the Veterans Committee for recognizing 9/11 and observing 9/11, that ceremony that was held at Picnic Park West, the waves of flags. It was very heartwarming, and we're very appreciative of that. And with that, like I said, I'll keep it brief. I'm open to any comments or questions.
So I just had a comment, just wanted to specifically thank our major. He recently got involved in an issue that one of our residents were having in a residential building. Without getting into details, it was really, really bad, and to the point that people were moving out of there and stuff like that, and the major got involved, got everybody involved, and handled it, and I can tell you everybody is in that building is extremely grateful. So
And part of that is public record, and it's something to let everybody know, because many of you, I've said it time and time again, you continuously get things from the public, and when you get them, you send them to the town manager, he sends them to me, and we'll look into it. That situation involved a registered sex offender who was not necessarily living at that address, and once we conducted a thorough investigation with our sex crimes unit, we were able to determine that arrest was applicable in that situation, and an arrest was made. So when we get those tips, it really helps when we get them from one source or the other. And I always say, if you need 911 right now, you call 911. But if you want to discuss something with a supervisor, there's always the town sergeant's cell phone. So thank you guys for all your help.
thank you, Major. Anything else? Seeing none, thank you, Major Ruiz.
Thank you.
We're on to the next report.
Okay. We've been busy, very busy. We had to file our reply brief last week. I circulated it to you all. And we also had to reply to the attorney's fees motion that the city of Hialeah made. I wish I could tell you when we can expect a ruling, but I really don't know. We've asked for oral argument, which is to appear before the court and argue. We're not sure the court will grant that. It's purely up to them. There's no real timeline as to when they'll rule. If they give us oral argument, the ruling will usually take place after that. The court's just changing on how it handles things from the way it did it 1, 3, and 5 years ago. So we're just on hold. They also filed, one of the Lennar entities also filed a lawsuit to compel us, it's really hard to tell what their lawsuit is. Almost like for us to give them a decision on the permit. I think they're trying to strategically advance part of it or stuff like that. The judge today gave an interesting motion. Gave an interesting order. Essentially, he abated the case, or a substantial part of the case, until the 3rd District Court of Appeal rules. But he wants us to give him a response on something having to do with a drainage plan. We'll get together with Mr. Acosta later and give that. I think we've got 10 or 15 days to give that. The Valiente matter, that is once again set for mediation September 20th. That is, we have insurance coverage for that. Insurance counsel's been handling it. I've been ghosting it, and maybe the case will settle, maybe it won't. It'll be up to those two to get together. The Pizzi matter. We've been exchanging documents like for real. You know, it's getting to the point where I was speaking to Onier Llopis today. We expect document exchanges to occur within the next 30 days, and hopefully sitting Mr. Pizzi down for a deposition where he will have to answer a whole host of questions as to his conduct. It is something that I will report to you after it takes place. The FRS case, that case is set for trial October 25th. We'll keep you posted as that nears. We may ask for an executive session before that. It's something that I'd really like to resolve if we could. The eminent domain case, well, before that, and it goes back to the appeal and to the bridges and everything else. I'm sure you're aware of what Commissioner Diaz is doing, and I don't think it's a coincidence that the bridges case going on with his item before the council. I can tell you, kudos to Councilman Josh Jagas. He really pushed hard. He spent all day there and did everything that needed to be done to get the council and the commission and others to reconsider. I think there's going to be some serious adjustment to that. The Florida League of Cities is really asking, I'm sorry, the Miami-Dade County League of Cities is asking for a lot of input from us and from others, and we'll be cooperating with them and giving them the information that they need to hopefully really pare that back. The last item, and it's important to the 59th Avenue, and I think there was some mention of it before. My understanding is Councilman Rodriguez and the manager and Lorenzo sat down today and had some pretty good discussions with the owner. And that's moving forward, and they're going to continue, haggling over the price. But one of the things that concerns me is not so much the purchase price of the land, because that's a one-time shot. But what really concerns me is the future going forward. The county has taken the position that the FAA is requiring them to lease it to us for fair market value, and the mayor touched on that point earlier. We tend to disagree, and we find it extremely, expensive. We're talking $100,000, between $90,000 and $100,000 a year per year, plus the usual 3% clause and everything else. That makes it, I think, after X amount of years, I think we did the math, like 160 grand a year or something like that. A long, long time from now. None of us will be taxpayers by then, but it'll be pretty expensive. So one of the things that we've decided to do is to hire a consultant to help us navigate our way through the FAA. It's on a month-to-month retainer. It's $2,500 a month. It's someone who we feel is qualified, Omar Franco. It's a month-to-month contract. I can cancel it at any time. I got to give him 10 days notice. It's $2,500 a month. I'd like to give it, a shot for 2 or 3 or 4 months and see where he gets and how he gets, because if he can get that reduced or eliminated, especially in light of the Amazon issue and everything else, I think it will be money well spent. And it's not legal. It's navigating through the FAA, getting some doors open for you, being able to speak to the right administrators, getting their attention, getting their focus, and everything else. I think it's money well spent, and I was planning on signing the contract unless it'll be through my law firm. The town will ultimately pay for it, but I think it is going to be money well spent. We had a conversation with the gentleman. The contract is really bland. It's a pretty straightforward contract. That concludes my report. I don't think I have anything else.
Raul, you need a motion from us for
I
that?
would like to get one, just so that there's no issue.
I'll move it.
But specifically as to what?
As to the retaining the lobbyist for the FAA issue, $2,500 a month, cancelable within 10 days' notice. I will report to you every month and, speak to him as to what's going on and give you a report every month. And if I don't think we're getting anywhere or it's not money well spent, I'll cut it off before I get here, but it's something, it's not something I feel comfortable spending without speaking to you about it, obviously.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
The motion was made. I'll go ahead and second the item, but in discussion, I wanted to make some amendments to it. I wanted to limit it to $10,000, not to exceed the 4 months, and make sure that you come back. And where were you planning for this to come out of litigation reserves?
I don't know.
So the money's going to come out of litigation reserves as the line item that we're going to target for the monies, not to exceed $10,000, and for you to come back after the third month. Actually, I'm going to amend it, not the fourth month, after the third month, to let us know where you're
Fair
at.
enough. Okay.
I have some
Second the
discussion.
amendment.
There's a second to the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Back onto the main motion as amended. Any discussion on that? Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, and I'm going to vote to approve the expenditure tonight, but I do want to point out that this is the same, consultant, nothing personal against him, who was given an opportunity to advance our cause on the zip code issue and frankly didn't. The other item I want to point out is that, and this is just more of a nature of the reality that's of politics up there right now, that I just don't know how deep his Democratic ties extend, which is a concern for me because obviously we're, right now, Washington, D.C. is primarily a Democratic, run place. We have a Democratic president, Democratic Congress, so they control the levers of power. And I have not heard that he is partnering up with a firm or other individual who has connections to, the existing appointees of the FAA. Of course, the mayor is probably more in tune with that as the head of our intergovernmental affairs, of course, but I just haven't heard what is different this time and what's going to help us achieve our goals other than from what we already know, which is he is close to Congressman Diaz-Balart, which I respect very much, but I just want to know exactly, what's the game plan?
So yeah, I'll chime in. Well, first on Omar and the zip code issue, because I was there, and I want to be fair to Omar, Mr. Franco. So when the zip code issue passed the House, Alex, Manager Ray had brought him on to help us usher it through the Senate. We went with him to Washington, and we literally met with the entire committee. And I mean, I could tell you, it was just Ron Johnson, U.S. Senator from Wisconsin, that held it up. And we were in a meeting with his main staffer on the issue. That was the one that put the hold on it, and Omar had set all that up. But with this issue, and I was on one of the phone calls. I know that the discussion was already, hey, the approach is you have Senator Rubio's staff. We've been talking to their Florida director, already looking at legislation. You have Chris, who's the legislative aide director for Congressman Diaz-Balart, already working on the House side. And Omar's real angle in all of this is directly with the FAA director. One of the folks that they mentioned that they work with used to work at one of those agencies and has direct conversations with the director. So I think if that is fruitful, but I think anybody that hears, one of the things that we are being charged more, a municipal entity with a $40 million budget being charged more than the most powerful private organization in the world, you know what I mean? It starts changing those conversations. But yeah, the approach is that there's an FAA rulemaking approach, because it's a rule. It's not even a law. And then there is the approach, legislative side, where Senator Rubio and Congressman Diaz-Balart are saying, hey, let's pass. If we need to put something in approach that says, hey, municipalities that use it for a public purpose, get this rule waived or whatever going forward. But so yeah, there's that approach. Hey, let's do it through the agency, and then there's a legislative approach to that.
Okay, so it's twofold. It's basically trying to go through the rulemaking process and then also simultaneously through the legislative process.
Yeah, the legislative process, I'm dealing with their staff directly. I had emails today with Congressman Diaz-Balart's staff on that, and they're already working on it. And then I know on this process, they're going to be working directly with Omar, and I highly encourage all of you guys to have that conversation, because yeah, at $2,500 a month, if he can solve this issue, it could save us a boatload of money.
No, that's why I'm going to vote to advance it. I just wanted to hear more about what the plan was in this instance, and you've thoroughly answered that.
Got it. So any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. I do have a question for you. Well, first off, I do want to thank Councilman Diegues for going to that Miami-Dade County meeting. I couldn't make it that day, so literally, time is money for attorneys, and this guy was there the entire day. The entire day. So he sat there, he waited, he talked to staff, great job. On the FRS bill, why don't we file a claims bill with the legislature with that money to get, as part of our legislative priorities? Yeah. Yeah, well, what are we, okay, so what are we being sued for? How much money are we being sued for? $400,000.
$400,000.
Okay, we asked Senator Diaz and Representatives Fabricio and Rizzo to file a claims bill, saying that the legislature is going to pay our bill, and then you'll see FRS go running and try to negotiate this.
The thing is, claims bills is usually, for example, to me, the one claims bill that I remember was where the sign fell off of the overpass to one of the expressways, and it injured someone really bad.
I worked on one for the city of Hialeah. We
so
passed.
It's usually my understanding where the plaintiff is someone other than the state. Here, the state is suing us for their money back.
No, I know. What I'm saying is there's nothing that stops us from filing something like that. So
Sure.
But
Sure. We can work on
just
that
food
idea.
for thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, council? See none. Thanks for the birthday wishes. I'm gonna go eat some cake now. So if anybody wants, it's back there. Have a good night. We'll see you in October. Meeting's adjourned.